Good morning, members of parliament, support staff, those in the public tribune, radio listeners, TV viewers, those following via social media, and members of the media. Welcome to the continuation of public meeting number 14 for today, Thursday, March 28, 2024. I would like to give a special welcome to the Caretaker Council of Ministers, the outgoing Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, the outgoing Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunications, Mr. Arthur Lambrix, and their respective support staff. We have been notified that the outgoing Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, Mr. Egbert Duran, is unable to attend the meetings. We've established a quorum of 9 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. I have received notice of lateness from the following members: MP Ludmilla de Wever, and of course MP Egbert Duran. Are there any notifications from the floor before we continue? No notifications. Yesterday, members of parliament, a letter was sent to all members of parliament regarding the introduction of the usage of interruptions during public meetings. Allow me to once again elucidate a little on this matter. Article 43 of the Rules of Order for the Parliament of Sint Maarten states that the President may permit interruptions and that these must consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. In practice, an interruption occurs when a speaker is interrupted by a member of parliament who has a question or comment. This question or comment should be short, concise, relevant to the topic, and without an introduction. The interruptions seek to bring clarity, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information to the debate. There are 4 basic principles for the usage of interruptions. Permission-based interruptions. Interruptions should require prior permission from the chairperson, and this ensures that interruptions are controlled and contribute meaningfully to the debate. Limit on interruptions. A maximum limit on interruptions per member for each agenda item should be established. This will prevent excessive interruptions and encourage concise contributions. Enforcement of decorum. According to the Rules of Order, it is at the discretion of the chairperson to allow interruptions and with that to ensure order and decorum during debates. Offensive or disorderly interruptions should be promptly addressed to maintain parliamentary decorum. Speakers must also adhere to the Parliamentary Code of Conduct by not actively making offensive or disorderly interruptions. And lastly, clear guidelines should be established regarding the nature and purpose of interruptions. Interruptions should aim to seek clarification, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information. Since yesterday, members are allowed interruptions during public meetings of Parliament, and the following guide will apply. The chairperson may permit interruptions. These interruptions should aim to seek clarification, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information, and should consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. The chairperson will ensure order and decorum during the meetings and the use of interruptions. Members, ministers, and guests must maintain parliamentary decorum and refrain from making offensive or disorderly interruptions. And members will be allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point. And finally, the interruptions are to be posed from the lectern placed in the Legislative Hall. We have as agenda point for this public meeting Ontwerplandsverordening tot vaststelling van de begroting van het land Sint Maarten voor het dienstjaar 2024. National Ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2024, National Ordinance Budget 2024. This document is listed on the IS 487 2023-2024, dated March 7th, 2024. This meeting is a continuation of the meeting which started yesterday, March 27, 2024, during which agenda point 1 was closed and agenda point 2 was adjourned. So we resume with agenda point 2. Parliament received the national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2024 on March 7, 2024. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance in hard copy, and it is also available via the digital link you received in your email and via Teams. The draft budget 2024 is also available on our website at xsmparliament.org. A central committee meeting was held on March 19th and 20th of 2024 on the subject matter, in which the members of Parliament posed their questions and the ministers answered these questions. A report has been made on the deliberations in the Central Committee and was sent to the government as well as to the members of Parliament. The government answered this report with a so-called nota naar aanleiding van het verslag, note following the final report, IS 544-2023-2024, dated March 27th, 2024. On March 26, 2024, Parliament also received a memorandum of modification from the government, registered under IS 545-2023-2024, and the second memorandum of modification registered under IS 546-2023-2024. On March 27th of 2024, Parliament received the third memorandum of modification registered under IS 559. These documents have been shared with the members via email as well. Yesterday, during the handling of Agenda Point 2, the Council of Ministers each gave a presentation on the 2024 budget for their respective ministry, and members of Parliament were given the opportunity to pose questions to the ministers in the first round. Thereafter, the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labour and the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs answered the questions and also the clarification questions in the first round. The meeting was then adjourned at 10:02 p.m. until 10 a.m. this morning. As a note, during the handling of this agenda point, MP Cloyd Marlin used 2 of his 3 opportunities for interruptions, and MP Luc Mercelina used 1 of his 3 opportunities for interruptions. Today, the meeting will continue with the Minister of ECYS of the Council answering the questions posed during round 1 of this agenda point. And just some general remarks, some housekeeping. There will be a lunch break from 1 p.m. until 2 p.m. during which lunch will be served, and there will also be a supper break from 6 to 6:30 p.m. during which supper will be served. Meetings will go on until the latest 9 p.m., but an exception can be made if the specific meeting is nearing its end. Allow me once again to reiterate the rules as regards interruptions. The chairperson may permit interruptions. These interruptions should aim to seek clarification, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information, and should consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. The chairperson will ensure order and decorum during the meetings and the use of interruptions. Members, ministers, and guests must maintain parliamentary decorum and refrain from making offensive or disorderly interruptions. Members will be allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point, and the interruptions are to be posed from the lectern placed in the Legislative Hall. With that being said, I will now give the floor to the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports Affairs, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel. You have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the griffier. Good morning to the members of Parliament, to the members of the Council of Ministers that are here with me today. Good morning to my support staff, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, and also the Financial Controller. Good morning to the staff of the other ministers that are in the rooms next door and at the government building and wherever other places they are. Good morning to those in the Tribune. I noticed that there are color coordinations today, and to the people who are listening to the programs by whichever means. Madam Chair, I'm here this morning to give answers to the members of Parliament that were posed in the first round of the public meeting on the draft budget 2024. Madam Chair, the first question is from the Member of Parliament, Akeem Arundel. Are there any plans between the Ministries of Justice, VSI, and Education to tackle the issue of troubled youth And what are the temporary solutions? The answers: youth having challenges in our education system can be assisted via various means. The first line of assistance in schools is via the school internal care system. Students can be referred to for additional support via external referral pathways established, and there are different referral pathways depending on the school and the problem that the student present themselves with. One of the referral pathways is the referral by the school care team to the Student Support Services Division. There are discussions taking place at the moment with the various ministries to come up with structural interventions on a more short-term situation. The following question is from Member of Parliament Miguel. Can each ministry provide a current update on the status percentage of financial commitments fulfilled for all of their Capex projects? Honorable MP, through you, Madam Chair, the update on the status percentage of financial commitments fulfilled for MECI's Capex will be presented in writing to the Honorable Member of Parliament and also the other members of Parliament. The following questions are from Member of Parliament De Weaver. 12 million to construct Charlotte Brookson will be done by government. There is a plan for expansion of John Lamini Center where there can be a performance art. Where of the John Lamini Center will be expanded? To the Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, the John Lamini Center will the John Lamini Center expansion will encompass a second floor and will function as a multidisciplinary art center. These will include expansion of dance rooms, storage rooms, recording studios, visual art rooms, and eventually a small theater in the courtyard. The architectural designs will be submitted to Parliament for your viewing. This will allow the honorable members of Parliament to have a visual impression of the future expansion and ultimately the building. And Madam Chair, I think this is something that was long awaited and will serve a good purpose in this community. The following question is from Member of Parliament Marlin. Can you elaborate on the subsidy for the Olympic Committee? The answer: the subsidy can be issued to the Sint Maarten Olympic Sports Federation. I think it's the same committee we are talking about. Once the requests have been submitted and the process for subsidies has been followed and approved, the subsidy will be provided. The following questions from Member of Parliament Roseberg. Shocking to see no mention of prevention programs or initiatives surrounding school fights. With the constant increase in the number of school fights, but that the ministry is waiting on one, seeking clarification what is currently being done with UNICEF NL. On a follow-up to the answer given to the first question by MP, to the first question of MP Akim, this year through a collaborative effort with UNICEF NL, technical assistance is being provided, and the ministry is embarking on a comprehensive plan aimed at violence prevention. The key initiatives to be undertaken include initiating stakeholders mapping, developing a draft strategic communication strategy, and the rolling out of a test pilot in selected schools. The ministry is currently in the initial phases of these endeavors, having recently contracted a consultant in March, the first week of March also actually. This signifies a proactive step towards addressing violence prevention in education settings, demonstrating the ministry's commitment to fostering safe and nurturing environment for all students. The following question: has the minister or the ministry ever looked into the concept of brede buurtschool, broad neighborhood school? Various organizations work together with the schools and parents in the development of children. A broad neighborhood school is therefore an ideal concept for spontaneously connecting with child's learning process with his or her living environment, and aimed at conscious recruitment of children with attention to the disadvantaged groups. The following answer: the ministry has conducted a thorough examination of the brede buurtschool concept, also recognized as community school, which we talk about in the budget. Basically, it's the same thing. Originating in 2007 with funding from the USONA Poverty Alleviation Project, the community school project signifies a multifaceted approach to education, offering an array of after-school activities such as diverse sports, tutoring, homework assistance, and a spectrum of art programs. It specifically targets vulnerable children. Furthermore, primary school students enrolled in the community school programs seamlessly integrate into the regular day program at their respective schools during morning hours. This pioneering educational idea has been successfully integrated into operations of 5 school boards, namely Foundation Catholic Education, Foundation for Protestant Christian Education, Foundation Methodist Agogic Center, Foundation Seventh-day Adventist School, and Parents and Teachers Association Orania School. There is also an afternoon program at the Mary Genevieve the Weaver School, of which I have requested more information about. It's not a community school, but I want to also give Parliament an insight on what is happening there so that we can know. A widespread adoption of the community schools initiative across these diverse educational bodies underscores its profound impact and effectiveness in addressing the holistic development of children. Following. In connection to education versus policy in hair length, but how does the ministry allow someone's education to be refused by a school policy? The same school you give subsidy to because their hair is a few inches too long, how shouldn't the ministry play a stricter role seeing the education is compulsory? The answer: the subsidy policy does not have rules for the attire and grooming standards of students attending schools. Those rules are for the competent authority of the school, to which the parent signs off on, during the enrollment process. Did the swim team finally get the answer in regard to the subsidy, which was submitted, it is in process, and once it is finalized, the request is approved and the funds will be made available to the swimming team. The priority list does not include provisions needed to support and further develop special education based on the newly created special needs education policy. How is that possible? What is the ministry plan in the execution of the special needs education policy for the upcoming 3 months? And then they have 6 months and 12 months and 18 months. How will these developments be reviewed and measured? Madam Chair, this question brings me back to the question that was asked to me on, can I give a layout of what the government coming in, and then maybe in this case, the Minister of Education, what that person should do when they're coming in. And my answer was, it is up to the minister that coming in to decide. I also explained that a transition document is being prepared on everything that the ministry is busy with. And the minister that comes in have to decide in which direction they go. Okay? The intention for a roadmap towards implementation of the special needs education policy to be drafted and finalized this year. Monitoring and evaluation of the policy implementation will be taken up in this roadmap also. Currently, the ministry has included special needs education in the professional development program offered to teachers and is in the process of developing and executing a training for inclusive special needs education in collaboration with the National Recovery Bureau, NRPB. Following question, how will the stakeholders, which are parents, schools, third parties, organizations, be involved during the review process? Answer. The following stakeholders were consulted during the drafting of the special needs education policy. 721 Kids Foundation, Windward Islands Teachers Union, all subsidized school boards, and the Division Public Education, including Enable NV and the National Recovery Bureau, NRPB. These stakeholders' input will be taken into consideration in the drafting of the roadmap towards implementation of the policy and will be consulted once more to ensure that all aspects of the policy that will affect them are considered. Has there been any discussions with 721 Foundation in relation to providing support for special needs students, or will the ministry actions remain reactive, which instead of proactive for our students? I pause by the word or the sentence, or will the ministry actions remain reactive? Because when Excellent Academy closed and the students went over to 721 Foundation, there were a couple of things that this minister personally did. I met with some of the parents of the 721 kids that came from Excellent Academy. We made agreement and we checked. We had an assessment done with the students from whom parents gave consent to do so. As a follow-up to that process, some of the students needed to be checked on a higher level, and the Minister of Education, Culture, and Sports, standing before you, made money available for the psychological testing of those students. I personally visited the location of 721, so I did not remain reactive. The Ministry of ECYS has been in communication with the 721 Kids Foundation since February 1st, 2023, when it became aware that the foundation role in the realm of special education needs education. So since then, the ministry has maintained regular contact with the foundation, and I know that 721 has requested subsidy, and I answered to them that it is in the organization for processing. With the yearly open house and sports expo created for much needed exposure for our art and sports organization, more structure is needed to support them and to empower them to become financially stable. Like many artists say, we cannot pay bills with exposure. What policies will the ministry be providing to guide, develop, and protect local artists, athletes, and organizations within the field of art and sports? Madam Chair, through you to the Member of Parliament, I would like to say that in this hall, I stated before that when we invite an artist to sing a song, like the St. Maarten song by an event or to play an instrument, we must remember that that person has also invested their time to become an artist, to become who they are. Just like a lawyer and a dentist and a teacher would invest time to become who they are, they too, and I am standing here and I stated before, we must pay them, not just give them a bouquet of flowers and shake their hands. When it comes to sports, I also indicated from this floor and also many times that we get persons volunteering in sports to help our youths, which we welcome. And I have called on organizations and government myself to start paying for coaches so that we can have paid coaches training our children in sports. And I believe we are on that track, and I hope, and since it has been asked, I hope that the incoming government pays special attention to paying coaches that are on the field training our students, our children, so that they too can make it to the level to where they should go. The Department of Sports has been supporting athletes and sport organizations through the provision of funds to ensure that they are organizationally set up. Notary fees for athletes of articles of incorporation and chamber registration so that they could legitimately request sponsorship. The department has also created a sports administration manual which gives guidance to the sports organizations in the area of financial management, organizational structures, increasing income and resources, and good governance. What we have in St. Maarten, I notice sometimes, is that everyone wants to be on the field and everybody wants to be the athlete. But to be an athlete, you need administration. And I have said this before, and I'm saying it again, the administration behind every sport is very important for the sport to advance. So I had to also explain to many sporting clubs and organizations, you need to get yourself registered and you need to do your administration. Yesterday, I believe I heard a member of parliament congratulating someone for becoming the president of the Olympic Committee. But that came about because the Minister of Education, Culture, and Sports said there is something wrong in the committee and there wouldn't be any subsidy until it was corrected. And now it is corrected. Sometimes you hear nothing is done, but not because you don't see it, don't mean it's not happening. So I am happy too to see that it is being restructured and something is being done. The Department of Culture has been supporting culture creative industries through the provision of subsidies that facilitate the development of artists and organizations through talent grants, incidental subsidies, supporting events and activities, assisting in patenting their products, providing of fees for the establishment of the Artists Guild. The department is also currently busy with the advising of artists on assessing Dutch funding opportunities that are available through the Netherlands. The Department of Culture is working on the cultural creative industry policy that will put the creatives front and center of all fronts. The department will also be meeting regularly with creatives to further facilitate their independence in our community and stimulate further growth within the industry. Additionally, Madam Chair, I remember at the funeral service of one of our great artists, a call was made to not wait until the artists die to recognize them. And within a very short time, the Sage Cultural Award was in existence. And we have been able to present and recognize our artists for 2 times already, and I think this is a great thing. But the message that was sent during the last Sage Awards is that it is nice to give a medal and a plaque, but when we recognize our artists, persons who have done so much a contribution during their whole life to St. Maarten, that they should be able to get some type of monetary reward for this. And being asked, what should the incoming government work on? This is an idea. So I hope that by the next Cultural Sage Awards, it will not be only a medal or a plaque, but it would be some monetary gift going towards it, just to recognize the work that these people has done. What are the ministry's program for 24 and 25 in collaboration with UNESCO? The UNESCO office will continue to collaborate with the culture department with the iRich campaign. I remember, I'll come back to that. Yeah, I remember intangible cultural heritage, always with iRich. SG UNESCO will continue to chair the Vierlanden Overleg Immaterieel Erfgoed meetings, and UNESCO office will seek technical assistance from UNESCO on behalf of the department/divisions of the Ministry of ECYS when needed. Projects, training, conferences will be located at the individuals, that the individuals can participate in to obtain additional expertise and knowledge for the benefit of the country. Has there been any discussions and initiatives with the Ministry of Finance and TEAT concerning taxes for entrepreneurs in these fields, arts and sports? I find it a very strange question, because we first say that they don't get no money and they don't get rewarded in the right way, and then we ask if they're being taxed. So, but the answer is no discussions have been had concerning taxes for entrepreneurs in the fields of sports, and no discussions have been had concerning taxes for creatives in the field of culture. It means that the persons that sing a song, if you pay them a token for singing that song, maybe you're thinking on taxing them. I don't know what is the idea behind this question. What is the status of this youth policy and its implementation? Will the youth policy also include youth care? And there are other smaller questions in between. The integrated youth policy is a 10-year plan designed to guide policies and programs aimed at young people aged 0 to 24 in St. Maarten. The goal of the policy is to promote sustainable development by addressing all aspects of the young people's lives, including their educational, physical, emotional, psychological, and economic needs in accordance with the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child. And then, Madam Chair, I come to the questions of the Member of Parliament, Westcott Williams. The community school budget, is the budget enough? And is the board to take care of the budget and see how best they can manage? Community school program, the program has been left up to the different school boards. There is an amount of 240 something per school. Is this based on an overall program, or is it because this is the budget and we have divided it by 5 or 6, and this is what we get? Are we assured that the community school program as a program can be executed, or is the school board supposed to take the money and see how best they can manage? the following question. The transition from the community school project to the community school program in 2023 marked a pivotal shift for the provision of subsidies in accordance with the General Subsidy Ordinance. In 2018, SOAB collaborated with the Ministry of Education, Culture and Sports to establish a subsidy framework aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability in achieving the ministry's policy objectives. This framework was further bolstered in 2022 when SOAB extended its support to the Department of Youth, facilitating the comprehensive implementation of the subsidy framework through various strategic activities. The Department of Youth plays a pivotal role in supporting vulnerable children, students within community schools. Presently, the subsidy allocation is determined at 100 students per school board annually, with a maximum subsidy cap set at 246,264 guilders. Eligible expenses covered by the subsidy encompass various areas such as personnel wages, meals, transportation, program materials, supplies, administrative expenses, telephone charges, and accounting. While the current budget may fall short of meeting all needs, the department remains committed to addressing the requirements of community schools. Through individual assessments of foundation requests, the department endeavors to allocate necessary resources within the multi-annual budget allocation, ensuring that the needs of the community schools are adequately met. The following. The school feeding program, is that still a pilot phase, in a pilot phase, and why? Has something changed and a new pilot scheme started, and what are we checking? Madam Chair, through you, the public education schools or public education does not have any feeding program in a pilot phase, none. The budget has always reflected funds to supply supplementary needs, meals for those who need such. This question may be related to the newly established project by the Ministry of VSR, because at some time last year, the Ministry of VSR did a pilot, I think, for 3 months to check something with breakfast and healthy eating and stuff like that. I believe the project also came to an end. The following question, Capex. Investment by government under Chapter Charlotte Brookson Academy. A very detailed plan of what seems to be an awesome campus under the Capex budget of government. This campus can be used by others, what is mentioned. Where are the government plans for a national theater for performing arts? And let the schools make use of that. Culture Center is in dire needs expansion, and the expansion of John Lamini. Is it going to be a loan to the school? Let me start by saying it's not going to be a loan. Is it going to become some kind of arrangement with schools? Once the budget 2024 is approved by Parliament and prior to the finalization of the loan for capital investment 2024 is submitted, the arrangements, which must have a legal basis, will have to be made between the government and the Charlotte Brookson Academy for the Performing Arts Foundation. How is this structure supposed to work in terms of the financial part of it? The SOAB will be engaged to advise on this. In terms of management part of it, this will also be included in the advice from SORB. Why did we separate the John Lamini Center repairs/expansions? Why was Phillipsburg Cultural Center not included? When the government was structuring its subsidy, these two centers are separate institutions with different locations, different functions, and different boards. The Cultural Center is a community center. It has dual role of being a community center and also extra space. The government will finance the expansion of John Lamini Center, and the Department of Culture plans to conduct interior repairs of the Cultural Center. Madam Chair, I would like to additionally say that I think this is the second question I get regarding the providing of 12 million guilders to build a new school for the Charlotte Brookson Academy. What I don't understand is I didn't hear anyone say that was a great thing. But the Charlotte Brookson Academy, from their inception, they were first at the USM, then they went into the government building that is no longer there, then they went under a tent, then they went back by USM, and now they're in a building that is too small and inadequate next to the Chamber of Commerce. I have heard all kinds of comments regarding Charlotte Brookson Academy, but today I thought I would have heard...
Excuse me, Minister. MP Westcott, you are requesting to make an interruption?
Yes, Madam Chair Lady, and I thank you for the opportunity. Madam Chair Lady, I needed to react to the statement by the Minister that no one has applauded the initiative. And through you, I would just ask the Minister, like he read my question, to pay close attention to what I stated in order to ask the question that I asked, which has to do with the legalities of the proposal. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott, for your interruption. Minister.
Thank you. So, when it comes to the Charlotte Brookson, I am happy that at least I know before I left office, I have made provisions for this school, and I'm sure that the persons that go to school at the Charlotte Brookson Academy and the teachers there and all the parents and all the supporting organizations are happy to hear that finally something is going to be done. Most naturally, Madam Chair, there needs to be someone else has to take up the ball and carry it, but finally something will be done for the Charlotte Brookson Academy. In regards to the John Lamini Center, I have already explained that it will be expanded upstairs, and in regards to the Cultural Center, I have been trying to get repairs done in the Cultural Center. However, the Cultural Center has a board, and the board is also a partner in whatever happens at the Cultural Center. And, you know, sometimes it is challenging moving certain things forward by some organizations. Another question. Yeah, I did that. If another school is coming with a plan and government has Capex, oh, that is gone. Capex availability, it be financed by government? Will it be financed by government? Now, if another school is coming, that would be up to the next government who would be in office at that time to decide what will happen there. Execution capacity, 2023 Capex budget, just got opportunity to make use of it, okay? So we need to roll over 2024 Capex, which will include hundreds of millions of guilders. Is it realistic? Was it not capacity that actually kept the vendors village, I think that's a question for TIAD. I will just skip that. The Treaty of Concordia, debate on whether we should celebrate it. Talks of revamping / rewriting / renewing it. Can we be provided with all the existing agreements with the northern side and the southern side? That's number 10. I think that's it. That will be provided, right? So the answers to all the agreements with the French side, they will be provided to Parliament, Madam Chair. I come to the end of the questions and answers of the first round, and I await any clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Samuel, for the answers to the questions posed to you in the first round. I look to the members of Parliament for those who may have clarifications, and we will begin with clarifications from MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a good morning to all once again. A word of thanks to the Minister for the provision of the answers that he provided, and allow me to go immediately into asking some clarifications based on the answers provided. The Minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, indicated that the list and, I guess, further explanation of Capex projects of this ministry will be provided in writing, and my question is when? The John Lamini Center and the design will be provided to Parliament when? The community school program is something of the private school boards, and the Minister mentioned that the Orania School PTA has a community program, a community school program, and the Orania School PTA. And then I believe the next public school mention where there is such a program is the Marie Genevieve the Weaver School. And so my question is, what about the other public schools where it pertains to the community school program? The Minister, in presenting some of the things that the ministry has done, referred to his position, very clear position, on the issue of training and paying, amongst others, coaches. And the minister said, we are on that track, and encouraged the incoming government to follow suit. Could that track be explained? So what exactly has happened on the track towards paying coaches? What has been done thus far? Where does an incoming government supposed to pick it up? Where exactly? Madam Chair Lady, the matter of the school feeding pilot, the minister indicated that was something done by the VSA ministry, which I will ask that minister about. And Madam Chair Lady, I got up to interrupt the minister's speech with respect to the item in the Capex budget of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport as far as it pertains to the Charlotte Brookson Academy and the amount proposed in the budget for an investment for a new campus for CBA. And let it be clear, Madam Chair Lady, in my first reaction to this proposal, I made it very clear. In fact, I think, looking at what has been presented, that that outline for that new campus in all its details as having been presented in the budget of the government is one of the most detailed projects throughout the budget, including projects of government, where we have not seen these kind of details. That's not the issue, for me at least. It's not the issue whether it is a good plan and or whether it is a necessary plan. I am asking the government through you, Madam Chair Lady, what is the basis of the arrangement? Not I only asking it, I am asking the questions that I get. And I can't answer but say the same thing like I said to the minister. It's a beautiful plan. What is the arrangement with government? Is government deciding? Has government decided this plan is a good plan? We need a high school that includes the matter of the performing arts, etc. And because the government cannot create one on its own, we are going to fund a private institution to do this. It's not a loan, the government stated. So is that the premise and the legalities? Because that's where we're going to get stuck. And that's where persons are going to be disappointed when they see a budget approved or not by Parliament to include such a project and the project cannot materialize. Madam Chair Lady, let's make it clear. For the Charlotte Brookson Academy to come into being, I was the one involved. So I know. And I know what it took them to get that type of education going. I know. So I'm asking, don't let's put things in this budget to be approved by Parliament when we don't have an idea how it's going to be arranged. When we don't have an idea how we're going to get it happen. Of course, the desire is there. And what I realize that I too am doing because of the transition phase that the government is in right now. I am putting things out into the universe, as we would say, because I would like to see them happen. So, Madam Chair Lady, so I have seen too many carts put before the horse.
MP Westcott, sorry to interrupt, but are you to round up the clarification?
Yeah, I'm not through my clarifications, but thank you for the notice, Madam Chair Lady, because as I continue, so I would like that to be explained. And as I mentioned yesterday, I have a motion. And if the minister can say, well, you know, this is the way we foresee it, then I mightn't present the motions. I don't present motions for the sake of presenting motions, but when I really feel that something ain't jiving. I want to continue, Madam Chair Lady, through you, and ask of the minister, besides what is the exact arrangement that we have, I want to ask the minister the matter of the cultural center that the minister said that his department, one of his departments, is going to fix the interior, paraphrasing the minister. And my question is, where can I find the information regarding that? Where in the budget is that mentioned, that is the project to fix the interior of the Phillipsburg Cultural and Community Center? Where is that mentioned in the budget? Madam Chair Lady, thank you for the opportunity to ask a few clarification questions.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Minister, what I will do is let MP Roseberg provide her clarification so that you can answer everything in one shot. MP Roseberg, you have the floor for clarifications.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary General and Ministry. Thank you for answering some of my questions. I would like to ask the following clarifications. In my first question, it was stated that there is a consultant. I would like to know which consultant and why wasn't this mentioned before, because I have been asking questions in regards to the number of school fights and what is being put in place. And now all of a sudden there's a consultant. So I would like to have clarity in that matter, and also want to know why isn't this handled internally and together with the other stakeholders, such as the Justice Ministry and VSA. It seems, Madam Chair, through you, that there is no urgency in regards to this topic, and it's not being taken serious. So therefore, I will be coming with an amendment in regards to this matter. Other than that, I would like to have clarification also, or see if the conclusion that I'm making through you, Madam Chair, in regards to the school hair policy, based on the answer of the ministry, can I then conclude that the ministry is of the opinion that there shouldn't be any stricter, that the ministry shouldn't play any stricter role in that matter, seeing that the education is compulsory, so that basically the ministry states that the school boards that receive subsidy can do as they please based on the policy that the parents sign, and that the ministry does not have any role in that? Is that the correct conclusion? Please clarify. In regards to the swim team, seeing that the swim team already made the trip and funding has not been provided, I'm asking myself, how is that possible? How can, after the fact, the funding be provided that was requested before traveling, seeing the 2 months period? Where is it going wrong? And when will the ministry get their act basically in order to make sure that in the 2-month period, the subsidy will be provided, so that the swimming team in this example should not rely on outsiders for sponsoring, because at this moment they receive sponsoring from others to be able to travel. In regards to my question in connection to the priority list and what the plan is of the ministry in connection to the special need policy, I understand, and it has been mentioned several times through you, Madam Chair, that the future minister will decide his or her directions. Okay, that's clear. But my question is to provide Parliament with a plan. And seeing that the ministry has not provided that plan, can I then conclude that there is no plan? My question hasn't been answered, and I haven't received the plan. In connection to question number 4, beleidsterrein, jeugdbeleidsplan, my question was, what is the status of the youth policy and its implementation? Again, I was referred to you, Madam Chair, to a 10-year plan, and basically the rest of the questions were not answered. Again, why are my questions not being answered? It's not if it's important to the ministry or not, but instead of referring to a 10-year plan, can my questions be answered? Or is this again because there's no written plan in place? Because else I would or at least receive the plan, or my questions as being detailed would be answered. Those are the clarifications for now. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Look to the minister if he requires any additional time, or if he can go right into answering the clarifications posed by MPs Westcott and Roseberg. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have consulted with my staff, and we are opting to leave another minister speak first, and then we come back with answers.
Okay, Minister, thank you for that update. So what I will do is adjourn for 5 minutes so that we can swap out ministers, and we will resume at 11:30. This meeting adjourned until 11:30. Welcome back, members of parliament. And we will roll right into the answers from our next minister to respond to questions received in the first round, and that is the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irian. Minister, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Kafir. Good morning to the members of Parliament. Good morning to my colleague ministers. Good morning to the viewing public. I'll start right away with the answering of the questions of the first round, and I start with MP Arundel. The question was regarding an update on tax reforms. On November 7, 2023, the Ontwerplandsverordening belastings hervorming phase 1 was submitted to EAZB to be proceeded to Parliament. This proposal, yes. On November 10th, 2023, the draft national ordinance review of formal tax law presented to the governor for forwarding to Parliament. The working group tax improvements is drafting a one-sided regulation preventing double taxation. An external party is drafting several legislative products to be reviewed by the Department of Fiscal Affairs. That's a brief update on the tax reforms. The next question was regarding 42 million guilders increase in collections and ATS. Our current formal tax ordinance is outdated and includes possible cooperation with the Stichting Overheids Belasting Accountants Bureau, the SBAB. For any cooperation with ATS, it is desirable for the formal tax ordinance to be revised. On November 10th, 2023, the draft national ordinance revision of the formal tax ordinance was proceeded to the governor to be proceeded to Parliament. Once Parliament approves this draft national ordinance, cooperation with the RTS, or the ATS, can be further discussed. The next question was regarding an update on the new stickers. In 2023, the amount collected for the period January to date was about 7 million guilders, and in 2024, an amount to be collected over the same period is 7.9 million guilders. The next question was regarding the tax-exempt structure company and why was the structure removed. On August 5th, 2021, the OECD Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, also known as the FHTP, decided that the preferential regime on tax-exempt company, as referred to in Article 1A, Paragraph 1, Subsection F of the National Ordinance on Profit Tax, contains elements that are considered potentially harmful due to ring fencing, shielding the domestic market from a tax-advantageous regime accessible only to offshore companies, and the lack of substantial activities. To prevent the tax-exempt company regime from being added to the international list of harmful regimes, considering this, a draft national ordinance amending the profit tax will as soon as possible be submitted to essentially abolish the relevant tax-exempt company regime. Due to a delay in the legislative process, Sint Maarten was not able to fulfill its commitment within the agreed timelines. The OECD has urged Sint Maarten to abolish the regime without further delaying. Against this backdrop, a notice was published on November 3rd, 2023, containing an announcement of the impending abolishment of the exempt company regime to ensure that effective from that date of publication, any new applications for the regime will not be exempt company regime to take retroactive effect from that date. And now move on to the questions from MP Mingret. Could the Ministry provide an update on the status of the percentage financial commitment fulfilled for the capital expenditure projects? This is a commitment for the new ERP system with a total commitment of about 4.5 million guilders MP. And I'll move on to the questions by MP Gums. MP Gums' question was regarding the divestment in Winair and the Moody's and the reinstatement of Moody's. We have strongly considered the possibility of resuming Moody's services, but no definitive decision has been reached. And now move on to the questions posed by MP Helga Martin. MP Helga, the written legal advice based on the reappointments was her question. First, to clarify the situation on previous questions regarding the cadastre from MP Grisha Helga Martin. By my letter with reference, yes, I want to clarify that MP Helga Martin mentioned that she sent a letter, I believe in July or August, and I want to clarify that we did send a response to Parliament on the 14th September 2023. So that was submitted to Parliament. So just want to correct that statement. By my letter with reference to 4751B of September 14, 2023, the questions of MP Grisha Helga Martin regarding the cadastre as received by a letter with reference UV-204-2022-2023 of July 11, 2023 were answered and sent to Parliament. Regarding the legal advice on which the appointment of the members of the SBOD took place, in accordance with Article 9 of the National Ordinance, Corporate Governance, pertaining to appointments of the Supervisory Board of the Cadastre and Land Registry, in accordance with the National Ordinance, Corporate Governance, the Corporate Governance Council was requested for its legal advice on September 12, 2023, and the advice from the Corporate Governance Council of October 2, 2023 was received. In addition, the appointment of the SBOD board members is accordance with Article 3, first and second paragraph of the National Ordinance, privatization, land registry, and mortgage sector, and Article 9, first, second, third, and fifth paragraph of the statutes of the Cadastre and Land Registry. In accordance with the mentioned legislations, the members are appointed by national decree, which decree was approved by the Council of Ministers, signed by the Governor, and contrasigned by myself, after which the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation published the national decree in the National Gazette, number 30 of December 22nd, 2023, in accordance with the National Ordinance on Publication and going into effect of regulations. Based on Article 4, third paragraph of the National Ordinance, Corporate Governance, the advice from the Corporate Governance Council on the intention to appoint the members of the SBOD is to be shared with Parliament by the Corporate Governance Council. Next question, the reason there was a need to reappoint. The reason to reappoint the members of the board is mentioned in the intention letter to reappoint the members of the SBOD. In advice from the Corporate Governance Council, and was well in the national decree by which the members are reappointed. The reason stated in the intention letter is, for sake of continuity, it's important to continue with a majority of the current supervisory board members. In the advice from the Corporate Governance Council, it is stated and confirmed continuity of the business proceedings of a SBOD is a key factor which must be seriously taken into consideration when replacing the supervisory board members. And in the national decree, it is stated that from the point of view of the continuity of the supervision and maintenance of the substantive knowledge about current matters, it is in the interest of the Cadastre and Land Registry that the majority of the members appointed as of March 30th, 2023, of the 5 members remain. So whether a recruitment procedure is started in a timely manner or not, continuity of a supervisory board is of key importance. This is the reason why the reappointment are qualified by the Corporate Governance Council as a key factor when replacing board members. This is the reason why this is possible according to the statutes of the Cadastre Land Registry. Next, the question was regarding the CFO and COO. In August 2023, the Cadastre Supervisory Board made a decision to recruit a director for the finance for several reasons. As per Article 5, Section 1 of the Articles of Incorporation, it is stipulated that the foundation must have a minimum of 3 management board members, and at this moment, there's only 1. Given the significant financial transaction in the cadastre, the SBOD deemed it advisable to distribute the responsibility and ensure timely access to information. There's currently a lack of oversight and control mechanisms concerning the allocation of financial resources. The finance director will provide that essential financial oversight and expertise to the managing board, which is presently lacking. From a responsibility standpoint, having multiple managing board members allows for vacation time to be taken, Currently, the managing director has indicated an inability to take any vacation, posing a managing concern risk in the event of a managing director falling ill. Ensuring proper supervision and management continuity is crucial for the success of any operation. It is important to note that the current managing board is hesitant to hire a director of finance due to concerns about its impact on the budget. However, the finance director can focus on identifying key revenue streams and implementing cost-cutting measures. With this responsibility dedicated, the managing director can concentrate on advancing the company to the next level. Now move on to the questions posed by MP Christophe Emmanuel. The next question was regarding the constitutes of the central bank, to the dividends given to Sint Maarten. How does it work? The dividends are distributed in accordance with Article 40 of the Central Bank Statute. Dividends is a distribution of a company's earnings. In 2019, we received 600,000 guilders. However, no dividends were distributed thereafter due to the absence of subsequent profits. Next question was regarding the Bearing Point court case. MP asks, is there a court case to the tune of 20 million guilders and Bearing Point will be levying against the government? If so, what is the reason? No, at this moment, there's no such court case. However, as it might be the case that Bearing Point will go to the courts, I have no comments on this matter at this moment. All will be part of any speculation or any outcomes to be made in public. Next question was regarding the World Bank and taking them off space at the central bank. Are they paying rent and how much? The agreement between central bank and World Bank is an agreement between two independent companies, and the government is not, yes, between two independent companies. Next questions are by MP Roseberg.
MP Emmanuel, you have an interruption.
Yes.
You may go ahead, MP.
Yes. Madam Chair, can the good minister explain how the central bank is an independent company? Because I would want to believe that the country of Martin has shares in the central bank. So how all of a sudden now is an independent company?
Thank you, MP.
Thank you very much.
Minister, you may continue.
Continue on MP Roseberg or MP Manuel?
You can answer the interruption from MP Emmanuel.
Yes, MP Emmanuel. So even though we have shares in the company, companies still are independent. NV is, just like we have a government-owned company, it doesn't mean that it's not independent. That's just how it's written.
Go ahead with MP Roseberg.
And now move on with MP Roseberg. MP asks a question regarding, to all ministries actually. She asks a question regarding, is there a lack of legal expertise? What has government been doing to attract legal minds? In the Ministry of Finance, our priority is retaining our legal professionals. We strive to avoid overburdening them and actively support them when needed, such as providing specialized assistance with bilateral tax treaties or country packages. Ultimately, I believe we must continue to enhance the working conditions to attract and retain legal expertise. That's why we also implemented the 32-hour working policy, because sometimes it's not only about financial gains, but also the quality of work. And regarding the legal, we don't have much vacancy within the Ministry of Finance for legal expertise, but we do believe as a whole, as a government, we have to look at our packages to these areas. Next, MP DeWeaver. MP DeWeaver had a question mentioned in the presentation of 58 million guilders budgeted, the increase, the tourist tax, the TUT at 9 million, the payroll tax at 6 million, due to an increase in economic activities. What was it an anticipation, or was it really based on anything actual, or is there a direct link with the Ministry of TIAD? The increase of the 58 million guilders compromises of two initiatives: the shares of the veneer and the tourist entry tax, amounting to 22.4 million guilders. The remaining 35.6 million is an estimate based on the projected 6% GDP as forecasted by the IMF and the Central Bank. So, on activities. Now move on to the questions posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams.
MP Helga Martin, you wish to make an interruption?
Yes,
You may go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair Lady. The tourist tax,
If the light is green, then it's on.
hello? Hello, okay, yes. Yes, I'm confusing it with the other ones. Okay, Madam Chair Lady, through you, I just have a question on the tourist tax. I keep getting ministers throwing it on each other. Minister of TIAT is saying it's not his, Minister of, it's VSR's, and we're talking about asking Minister, who exactly is the initiator of the tourist tax? And what, I want to understand the full component of it. Is it really going towards the health, or is it going towards tourists, or is it, who owns the tourist tax?
Thank you, MP Helga Martin, for the interruption. Minister, you may respond to MP Helga's interruption.
Yes, thank you for that question, MP. The tourist tax was an initiative by the Ministry of VSA. It started off as a health tax, and at one point in time, the minister was also holding two caps at the same time. And it went over then from, based on discussions, etc., it went over from a health tax to a tourist tax, which both then held shared responsibility, because the legal aspect, I believe, came initially from the budget of VSR, so the legislative laws and so forth. In my presentation, obviously, as the Minister of Finance, we hold accountability to the entire package of the budget, so we did include that in our presentation as one of the revenue streams, but the initiator was within the Ministry of VSR. Continue.
You may continue, Minister.
Oh, sorry, yes, and it's not earmarked. And the budget is not earmarked to something specific. A specific item, yes. Continue. MP Sarah Scott Williams, was there any formal or informal consultation with the CFT on this budget, especially the discussion on the sale of government-owned shares of veneer? An older version of this budget was discussed with CFT. However, CFT has not given any comments so far on the budget. Regarding the central bank, the dividend policy or the lack thereof, this is the next question from the MP. What is the central bank going to do differently in order to make sufficient profit? Can we get insight to 2019 and the years after? The dividend distributions are based on Article 40 of the Central Bank Statutes, which distributions are basically subjected to a positive result of the central bank. In relation to the ENYA, we refer to the question of MP Emmanuel. Also, the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten recently sold 30% of troy ounces of gold. Proceeds from the sale conducted at a high global gold prices were promptly and entirely reinvested in fixed income securities, specifically the U.S. Treasury bonds, and the result of the sale is added with the consent of the countries in the central bank, earmarked reserves. This strategic adjustment in the composition of official reserves and the results revenue increase is expected to positively impact central bank performance and facilitate the targeted annual dividend payment to Curaçao and Sint Maarten as stipulated in Article 40 of the bank statutes. Next question by MP Sarah Westcott-Williams was regarding the increase for license fees. Is the central bank looking into this as profit? No, it is not the intention to increase the banking license fees. Next question, can we receive the agreement about ENYA? The headline agreement regarding resolution ENYA was confidentially provided to Parliament, I believe, since last week, on March 18th, 2024. The next question. Okay. Next. Oh yes, number 6. Question number 6. Government-owned companies. Can the minister provide an overview of the companies that send in annual accounts? Can we have a current overview of those presented and those that did not? Currently, the government is collecting the outstanding statements for the preparation of the 2023 financial statements. So I'll list the entity and then the year of the latest statement. SLS 2022, Cadastre 2021, Sint Maarten Postal Services 2020, GBNV 2020, Princess Juliana Airport 2022, Telem 2022, Harbor 2022, UPNA 2021. Next question was by MP Sarah Westcott-Williams regarding Winair. The amount of 13.4 million. Does the minister, is the premise of, if the board in favor of selling? What is expected of the partners, etc., etc., etc. MP, as you might understand, this is a highly sensitive matter. Although it is taken up in the budget, this matter, calculations and ideas behind it cannot be shared in the public. This is also an estimation of what we as a government believe the sale of the shares of Winair, the minimum estimation of the sales of Winair can generate. As I also mentioned in the past that in 2020, I believe, or 2021, we also did an evaluation of the majority of government-owned companies. So that's also why we base it on the minimum amount. Madam Chair, I believe that is all the questions posed by the MPs, and look forward to clarification. Oh, no, sorry, there's one more question by MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. Is the amount of the Capex realistically taken up into consideration in the current capacity? The rollover of 2023 Capex occurred because the loan was only secured in 2023, November 2023. Currently, we have several projects that are set to begin implementation soon. For the bigger projects, such as infrastructure projects, execution will happen by third parties, with the government overseeing the projects. So based on this, we do believe that it is realistic. And a good amount of the infrastructure projects has already begun, like the road projects and the side road projects. That'll be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Irion, for the answers to the questions posed to you in round 1. We'll now turn the floor over to the members of Parliament for clarifications. And first on the list, I have MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. Before I give you the floor, MP, just to let the minister know, we'll take all clarifications and he'll answer all in one batch. MP Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair Lady, and a good morning. Madam Chair Lady, I thank the Minister of Finance for his responses and would like him to clarify the following. Firstly, there are also some matters that the Minister has not addressed and questions of mine that he has not addressed, and that is, for example, the entire matter pertaining to lottery fees and whole accrual basis and what was received, etc., etc. It's the financial part of that and the budgetary part that the Minister had given an answer on previously, but has not addressed my questions about how realistic it is to keep mentioning 3 million plus for lottery fees when the actuals show differently. The matter, Madam Chair Lady, I continue on the issue of Winair and the fact that the government, albeit that it's very sensitive, they had a valuation done a couple of years ago, but still the question remains, so on what part of a vision or share sale is the 13.4 million guilders based? So that, to me, shouldn't be a confidential issue. You put it in the budget. You're asking Parliament to approve a budget that has that included. So if the minister could go a little deeper into that as well. Madam Chair Lady, I asked a question and regarding the withholding of tax and outstanding tax from pensions of pensioners. So from SZV pension that is paid, and the fact that there was an understanding with the receiver to do so. The Minister of VSA responded, but said that he could not give any more information than what he gave yesterday because the Finance Minister would tell us if that practice has stopped. VSA Minister confirmed that, and the fact is, how are we dealing with the agreements that pensioners had to sign that made these deductions possible in the first place? So if the Minister of Finance can now respond to that question. Madam Chair Lady, I asked and did not hear, and I think it would be of the Minister of Finance, albeit it's a personnel thing, and that is the issue of the increase in vacation allowance that is in the budget currently. And my question was, if the law, the national ordinance that needs to be passed to increase the vacation allowance, if that is not passed in time for the paying of vacation allowance, which usually happens in June, will the government still continue with the payout on the basis that the amounts are budgeted? That was my question that has not been addressed at all. And I asked the Minister of Finance if my questions regarding EDC will be provided by the Minister of TIA. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott, for the clarifications. Next up for clarifications, we have MP Ludmilla de Wever. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning to everyone. Very quickly, I did ask the Minister a question regarding the budgeted revenue, the increase, right? So the Minister basically gave me the breakdown of it. Perhaps I wasn't clear, so now let me just kind of zoom in a little bit. So part of the 58 million revenue increase in the budget 24 versus budget 23 includes, like the Minister said, tourist tax of 9 million, turnover tax of 9 million, payroll tax of 6 million. What I was after is to get an idea of what was happening in the link with maybe perhaps TEAT of why turnover tax would be 9 million higher and why payroll tax would be 6 million higher. Turnover tax might be because, okay, maybe more compliance, we collected more from people, but payroll tax, I was after, do we have new jobs? Do we have new industries? Is there a new market that happened here or just an increase of it? Do we have new hotels? The reason that I want to zoom in on that is because we're not very creative in how we go about taxes, right? We're not creative at all. And the point is that we keep going back to the same people to collect taxes. So is the payroll tax additional revenue of 6 million related to us taxing our people more? Is the turnover tax meaning, are you going back to the same people? I just want to understand of that because I think it is closely linked with the Ministry of TEAT. If you can tell me that we have a new industry, you know, and because it's a lot, 9 million, 6 million, it's a lot. So I want to know, what is that figure based on? Is it on something that is new, that is tangible, or just more collection? I need an answer on just to understand the rest of it, because tourist tax, I can tell you, that for me is not very realistic because of the fact that the law isn't passed for it yet. So if I have to compare tourist, turnover, payroll and turnover is more likely to actually be accurate as opposed to tourist tax because it doesn't exist. So it's like, you know, like we used to use the term of fresh air invoicing. So it's like fresh air revenue generation. Thanks, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. And last up for clarification, we have MP Emmanuel. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am confused. So I wanted to put a halt to something, Madam Chair. You are telling me, and this is what the minister is saying, that the central bank is a private independent entity, and so is the World Bank. The World Bank, yeah. But the Central Bank of Sint Maarten and Curacao is an independent entity. Madam Chair Lady, I would like the minister to clarify that. Because the minister walked in here and said, we got dividends of 600,000 in 2019. Now that we are supposed to help with this ANIA thing, to pay off ANIA, we're supposed to be getting dividends of about 4 million that they will take a share from. They will take a share from that to go to the payments of ANIA, and then we will get the balance of it. The minister knows all of that because he's the boss. The central bank has two bosses, Madam Chair Lady. The Minister of Finance in Curacao and the Minister of Finance in Sint Maarten. He can explain everything of dividends, how much we're supposed to get, how much we get the last time, how this is going to go, how ANIA is going to get the money. All of that he can explain, but he can't explain if the World Bank is paying rent. How you can't explain if the World Bank is paying rent inside of the central bank? How? You can't pick up the phone and call and ask them, Madam Chair Lady, if you don't know, say, I don't know. But don't say that it's an agreement between two independent companies. No, don't do that. We own the central bank, part of it. But how it is, you can tell us about GB. That's an NV, cadastre. You can tell us about all those other NVs. But the central bank, all of a sudden now, is an independent company. Wow. Selling off our gold, all those sort of things. The minister could explain that could. But you can't explain the simplest thing. If the World Bank would take up office inside of the central bank here in Sint Maarten, if they're paying rent. Just to pick up the phone, dial 54, whatever the number be, the central bank, World Bank paying rent, how much? You can't get an answer? How is that possible? Madam Chair Lady, I would like the minister to explain how it is. He, as one of the bosses of the central bank, don't know if the World Bank is paying rent or it's just that he can't get the information. You can't come and tell me it's two independent companies. It's unacceptable, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Emmanuel. And MP Westcott, I see you have one more clarification to make. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, on a question of mine, the minister answered, there will be no increase in bank license fees or the intention to increase bank license fees. Madam Chair Lady, I would ask you to direct your attention to page 4 of the explanatory notes that we received from the government. Fees and concessions. And in order to make my point, I need to read what the government presented. First of all, we received a table in which fees and concessions are estimated 54 million in 2024, 56 million in 2025, and 57 million in 2026. Explanation on the fees and concessions, and bear with me, Madam Chair Lady, state, in discussions with the harbor, it has been indicated that dividends can be paid from 2024. The exact amount is not yet known. However, the government is taking into account in the multi-year forecasted amount of 2 million for 2024 and a slight increase in 2026. It is expected that more investment could pay dividends in the future, but currently it is not known from when. The government's dividend policy has already been sent to all government entities, and now an increase in banking license fees has also been taken into account. An increase in banking license fees has also been taken into account. And that paragraph concludes with, in the assumptions, these fees are also directly linked to an increase in economic activities. If the minister can explain, it is not the intention to increase bank license fees, and the statement on page 4 of the explanatory notes from the government of St. Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Indeed, it is on page 4 of the notes. Minister, do you require some time to prepare your responses to clarifications, or can you go straight into the answering of them?
So we will need a couple of minutes, but just I can answer a couple of them. So the EDC question was regarding not finance, that's TIAT. The question for MP Sarah Scott Williams regarding the last comment about the fees. So what is mentioned there is basically due to a more economic activity, we expect to collect more on the fees, not that there is an increase in the fees. MP DeWeaver regarding the TOT and payroll tax being more accurate. When it comes to especially payroll tax, we look at the efforts we've made over the last, especially 2 years since the pandemic in terms of enforcement, right? We've seen a significant increase in, let's say, the casinos, in the air park and other areas, including payroll. If we have proper enforcement, right, we will expect to see more revenue there. We've had even recent complaints. I'm not going to be very specific on areas where individuals from certain establishments are complaining that, hey, out of the 20 employees here, I'm the only one registered, right? So again, lack of enforcement in certain areas, and an increase in enforcement, we expect to see an increase. Yes, for example, in 2022, we had these are the actuals. In 2022, we had 143.5 million guilders, and we look at 2023, when we increased the enforcement, it went up to 164 million, which is a big difference of close to 20 million guilders. So again, from the Ministry of Finance, we continue to stress to all other ministries on, hey, this is a scenario, and as you mentioned before, we can't continue to squeeze the same people, right? But we have to get the money that is out there, hold them accountable. MP Emmanuel, so we did not say that we don't know if the central bank is paying, the World Bank is paying rent. Yes, the World Bank is paying rent. And we'll dig a little deeper on potentially the amount. And MP Sarah Scott Williams, so we missed the question, the lottery fee, initially, so we'll have to look at those. Yeah. And the question regarding SZV, we'd like to note that the receiver's office never had such an agreement with SZV, through you, Madam Chair, and neither is it a practice that takes place. And for further clarification, the ROV refunds is applied to tax debt and vice versa, not pension. I think that might be most of them. I think we're missing one from MP Westcott Williams, and then that of MP Christophe Emmanuel.
Thank you, Minister. So just to be clear, you'll need a few minutes to come back with a clarification from MP Westcott, the one from MP Emmanuel, and the answer to the lottery fee question that you mentioned. Okay. With that, members of Parliament, I will adjourn for a few minutes to switch out ministers, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So meeting adjourned until 12:16. Welcome back, members of parliament and those joining us online via radio and here in the Tribune to this public meeting handling the country budget. We'll continue rolling with the answers being provided to questions asked in round one. And we now hand over the floor to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Telecommunications and Transport, Mr. Arthur Lambrix. Minister, you have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair. Good morning to the Griffier. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. To the chair. Good afternoon to the Griffier. Good afternoon to the MPs present. Good afternoon to everyone in the Tribune and listening via the radio or media. Welcome. My first questions were from MP Akeem Arundel. It was, I observed the Christmas time there were a lack of Christmas decoration. Yes, the roundabouts were decorated, but I believe as government we should put more funds towards increasing the Christmas spirit on the island. Definitely me as the minister, I do agree with the Christmas decorations. They are much needed. We are definitely enhancing the Christmas spirit within the community if we do so. The department is working on ensuring to have more decorations this season coming up and to be better organized in a timely manner so we can look just as good as the neighbors on the front side and how they have done it in 2023. My next questions were from MP Kevin Mingret. Could each ministry provide a current update on the status and percentage of the final commitment fulfilled for all the capital expenditure projects? We have the marketplace, which is the rebuild of the marketplace. 606,420 guilders has been committed from the 2.4 million guilders that was amended in the Capex in budget 2023, of which we had 2.4 million guilders for projects. 6 replacement vehicles. The facilities has taken over the procurement for all of those vehicles, and they're busy right now finishing that up. The MDS and the SMCCA building. The plans for the building are completed. The airport is busy designing and designating the property for the building. The drawings for the building and the estimates were completed by the NRPB. That information was used for submission in the budget estimates. Equipment for the MDS. This has not yet been procured and we have not started yet on this. We also had some funds from the amended budget Capex from 2023 which were used for intellectual property for the STB, which are the research and development for the tourism master plan and a third party to assist with the setup of the STA. This project has not yet started. It requires action from the decision makers on the way forward. We have the branding media marketing 3-year contract. This has been 100% completed and paid. We have the website development 3 years contract. This has been 80% completed. We have the branding and marketing accessories. We are developing presently a tour and to do the public tender announcement. Direction and border signage. This is busy with VROMI. Initially, we're having meetings with them, the infrastructure department to start the process on this interministerial collaboration. This is to have logo and signature at the borders, key locations, directional signatures, which include beaches, districts, hospital, port, and airport, etc. Another project is the Smart City Interactive Map Kiosk, which is planned for 6 locations throughout town, which is the Greenhouse, the Captain Hodge Wharf, the Walter Plans, the Port of St. Maarten, and then we also have the Simpson Bay area and the Harold Jack Hill and Cole Bay. These will be interactive maps that you can go to and you can see different locations in the island and get information to know where your next destination might be. This is 25% complete. The Wheelchair Accessibility Program project. This is another one that we're busy working on for 2024 to 2025. This project has not yet started. It's in discussions as we speak. The beautification of the Phillipsburg areas, the alleys, the murals, the greenery, recycling, etc. Benches, collaboration with Be the Change Foundation. This has all been 35% completed and is still in progress. We have developing agriculture farm, the table. This we need to see what is needed to determine the budget. Pilot program, spaceless garden, cruise and stayover passengers can experience. This has not started. Several visits and talks have taken place to start the establish a plan of approach. The Blue Flag Green Key Program. This is in collaboration with EPIC and VROMI, and the hotels and restaurants and beaches are audited based on the criteria and policy for good management of our beaches. This has also not yet started. I move on to the questions of MP Melissa Gums. Environmental notes. Beach access and safety. How do TIAT policies and the policy on beaches and other containers and on beaches being operated? How are both ministries, VRAMI and TIAT, working together on the approach? Both ministries have consistently been involved in one another in the development of updating the policies related to the issuance of permits, licenses, and rental agreements. Additionally, the Ministry of TIAT is in the process of updating its beach policy, which is to adopt and broaden the scope of the policy to include more elements on the beach access, safety, and environmental protection. VRAMI is included in this process. The intention is to have a closer interministerial cooperation to ensure that one ministry is not taking decisions without consulting the other ministry when it pertains to matters falling under the shared responsibility of both ministries. So for example, in the past, someone would come to TIAT and request a business license. TIAT would issue it without checking with VRAMI first, basically. So they would have a business license, an operational license, basically leaving VRAMI in a predicament that they have nothing else to do but to issue the okay for them to get that spot because they already have all of the permits and licensing. Now, how that is done, before any operational license is given, we check with VRAMI first, we make sure that the space is available, is adequate to do whatever it is, and then we continue with our process. So we don't jump the gun anymore, it is done in a more step-by-step interministerial. My next questions were from MP Grisha Heilige Martin. The throughput fees and its price. Have there been any escalation of the throughput fee and no increase in the fuel clause? Why has there been a claim that okay, this is about the throughput fee. I think the way that they wrote it is a little different, but I have the answer here. The throughput fee from the fuel of the port has indeed not been raised in over 10 years. The port has not raised these after discussions with them to remain competitive with the ship refueling. Also, they have not raised such to avoid any additional raises in, for example, the GB fuel clause. It is true that it is cents on the dollar. It is not a lot of money, so there is no real. Regarding the Met Office and the civil aviation, architectural drawing funded by the National Recovery Program, could you clarify its relevance to the Princess Juliana International Airport in regaining Category 1? First of all, the Met Office is very instrumental with any airport. Weather-wise, wind directions, a lot of different things play factors, and if the Met Office says no, it's no. If the Met Office is not properly equipped, of course, and not properly functioning, of course, that will hamper definitely the Category 1 status. What also hampers the Category 1 status, although it's not really a question here, but I would like to elaborate on it, is staffing. So the civil aviation, to have 2 inspectors rather than just 1. There's a lot of constraints when it comes to staffing. It's about 50 or 60% of the problem of obtaining Category 1. Me as minister, again, this is something separate to the question, but I have been working with the Netherlands. They have the resources, they have the backup staff, they have the training possibilities. They are very willing, and we have had fruitful discussions to keep moving so that they can help us attain this status back, because it's good for all of us in the kingdom to have that status replaced back to Category 1. Just a little extra insight. Could you provide a comprehensive breakdown of the phase, steps, and estimated timelines of the completion of the Met Office? The land has to be transferred to government from the airport. Preliminary discussions have taken place with various and previous ministers and the airport. However, no formal decision has yet taken place. Me as minister, I have sat with both the Met Office, Mr. Isaac and Mr. Mingo, and we have discussed this, and they are now in talks to finalize that process. In the interim, the NRPB has assisted with the development of the drawings of the building. These drawings have been completed. The building permit process has started by the NRPB. The approval of the budget and the Capex needs to also be approved so we can proceed with the execution. However, this will still require the land to be transferred to government first and the building permit to be processed. Additionally, please include the proposed budget allocations for this project. The budgeted amount is 9.5 million guilders. The funds are allocated in the Capex. The budget post is 1104-8260. 1104-8260, that is the budget post. Who owns the land on which the Met Office Civil Aviation building will be constructed? The land is currently belonging to the PGIA in long lease. They will relinquish the right of long lease to the land of the ridge next to the air traffic control tower back to government, and it will be used to build the Met Office Civil Aviation Building. Has the cost of the land been factored into the total cost of the project? There is no additional cost, as it was originally a land swap from where they were on the airport, on the apron, to this new location. What steps have been undertaken thus far for the development of the new market vendors place, from site selection to completion architectural drawings? Step one was to secure the commitment when I got into office by the financiers from the cruise sector in writing, because there was nothing in writing. Step two was that we went through the planning and the design of the marketplace to ensure that there was something functionable and would make sense to house everyone, not just some. Step three was securing the additional part of the funding through the amended budget, our Capex in the amended budget 2023. Step four was the tour and the bidding process. Step five was the selection committee doing their due diligence and making their selections and reports. Step six was the advice made its way around the departments. Step seven was simultaneously, we also went through the project with the vendors, me and some of my support staff at the time, to ensure that everybody saw the designs, they were happy with it, they would see that they didn't have to take their stuff out every day and carry back home. They would have sufficient storage, not a small cubicle 4 by 4 feet, but something 9 by 9, something proper and properly fixed for them. Step 8 was to advise the approval, approved, and all signed, the advice was approved, sorry, and everything was signed off in COM. The contract was signed with the contractor, and we are now on step 10, which is the groundbreaking, still to take place any day. Have consultations been held with the existing vendors regarding the new market? Yes, personally, me and my staff, we visited numerous times and numerous occasions, and we kept all informed. Of course, everyone in the marketplace is not always present. Some only show up on busy ship days, some only show up when on certain days. Everyone has not been present at all times. We should have a report also on this that was kept by the inspection team to see who was actually making use and not making use. 9, regarding the commitment tourism product improvement plan, what specific strategies or initiatives are included, and how do the stakeholders plan to ensure its successful implementation and impact on the enhancing of the visitor's experience? To increase number one is to increase the variety and quality of the tourism products for the stayover market. 2 is to improve the tourism data analysis statistical system. 3 would be to establish the tourism promotional entity. 4, to develop a tourism master plan for long-term sustainability. 5, to improve leasing and permitting process. 6, to provide incentives to businesses that implement best practices in, for example, environmental management. 7, to beautification of Phillipsburg. 8, the beautification of public spaces and improvement of infrastructure. 9, training across all sectors in tourism to improve quality of the service. 10, to improve and protect natural environment. 11, to increase technology and technical expertise of the tourism workforce. To harness this and benefit fully, Sint Maarten must have, in addition to a strong tourism value chain, the ability to promote its offering to key markets. Establishing a best practice tourism marketing and promotion organization can be achieved through public and private institution structure that can enable multi-year planning, cooperative funding, and timely marketing to develop for a high return on marketing activities. I move on to the next question, question 10. Additionally, could the Minister provide details on the allocation of the budgeted 2.5 million guilders for 2024, including which activities it is committed to? I will read it, but I will also send it in writing just in case something is missed. The first project is the Tourism Master Plan and the third party to assist with the setup of the STA. We have 600,000 guilders budgeted. We have the brand media marketing 3-year contract, which is budgeted at 679,680 guilders. We have the website development for 3 years, a contract which is set at 361,125 guilders. We have the WOW Nature Foundation film, Nature Film, sorry, at 270,000 guilders. We have the branding and marketing accessories at 590,000 guilders. These are to be used at conferences, trade shows, etc., banners, pop-up signs, signage, so that we don't just have a small sign saying St. Maarten and everyone else has a grand, presence. We will also then have that shine. Capital investment in the tourism development, which was 2.4 million guilders. Also, we continue, so we have the direction and border signage, the 500,000 guilders. These are the logos at the border, key locations, direction signatures, which include beaches, districts, hospitals, ports, etc. We have the smart city, the 6 locations, which are the Greenhouse, the Captain Hodge, the Walter Plants, the Port of St. Maarten, Simpson Bay area, and Harold Jack. We have the wheelchair, that's at 270,000 guilders. We have the wheelchair accessibility for Phillipsburg and the beaches, which is 200,000 guilders. The beautification of Phillipsburg, the alleys, the murals, the greenery, recycling, etc. in the alleys, making sure everything looks up to date at 350,000 guilders. We have the beautification of Phillipsburg continuing with 300,000 guilders for the trees to create shade and ambience, and garbage bin and benches. Benches has been done already, sorry, so the garbage bins to complement the benches. An update on that also, the advice has been made. It is making its way through for approval so that we can also execute the garbage bins to match and make sure that we have place to throw garbage within the Phillipsburg Front Street and boardwalk areas. The Blue Flag Green Key program. This is a 50 mil. No, sorry. Question 11. Furthermore, how much of the capital expenditure was already committed and spent in 2023? Specifying the projects involved. None has been spent in 2023. It will be spent in 2024 due to the funds being released so late in the year. It was a little bit difficult after doing all the tendering and everything to still execute it in 2023, such as the market and other projects. Then we have question 12. Is there a comprehensive plan in place for each project within the improvement plan? No, we have not reached that stage as yet. I move on to the questions of MP Shamira Dosberg. There's a lack of legal expertise. What has been done to attract legal expertise? The ministry has been trying to recruit legal advisors for the past roughly 3 years, as you may know. This is a scarce function, and through publishing and ads several times and even making use of services such as legal recruitment firms, it remains a difficult task. We have discussions and possibility to increase the remuneration scale for this function as part of the organizational reform discussions with the Department of P&O, which we understand is being adjusted throughout the organization. So for all ministries to try to raise the income for hiring these people, or the pay. The faction mentions 97 bus permits and 142 taxi permits that were given. In what period was this? Please provide a detailed information. Can the minister please provide the policy and the legal basis connected to such? This was when I got into office in January last year. I already knew there was an issue with public transportation. Just simply, if you stand up in Back Street looking for a bus, you don't see the bus you're looking for. You see one after the next with the same destination. Some of them mainly the long-haul destinations, so all going to Marigot, all going to Mullet Bay, but none going to Phillipsburg, or none going to St. Peter's, none going to Sucker Garden, as an example. It was an issue. Knowing on the harbor, at the airport, so many times there's an influx of flights coming in at the same time, ships with so many passengers and just so many taxis only, and not having sufficient. Keeping in mind, coming from the industry also, knowing that a taxi is never filled with the full capacity of 14 seats. Very rarely, and most times, you always keep it at 10 or 12, not to have too many people in a van. Looking at such and seeing that we had only 200 and something, close to 300 permits out, as an example, for taxis, it means we only had the capacity of 1,200 people to be moved at once at any given time. It's not sufficient for a day for an island that we have at least every day on average 5,000 visitors on the island. It's not even covering 25% of those visitors. Of course, it's unrealistic to cover 100% because people rent cars, they have their own ways of transportation, some walk, some take buses, but we have to be able to service the industry and make sure that we have the supply for demand. So this was started when I got in. in, I think it was June 2023, we started putting out ads advising everyone of the process. In August, I think 6 weeks after, we started with the applications, and by end of September, beginning of October, we were finished with the process. I think the 5th of October was the final that we finished. The next question, why was this done? Why not before? Was it a political stunt? Who all was involved? Provide me a copy of the policy. The policy is online. I will send the link via the griffier so that everyone can have a copy of it and can pull it up. I personally could not sit down and listen to the cries of so many people working in the industry, in the field, without the proper permits, without having, use of a permit unless it was via someone else, a third party, not government. Then seeing the plates when I got into office, just sitting on the wall, collecting dust. And then when I look a little further in the bin down below from last year's batch, I see the same plates in the bin. I look a little further, I see the plates from the year before in the same bin, just being ordered, not being used, and sitting there having no function, knowing that we have a lack of supply for the demand, knowing that we had so many out there renting, so to say, and ensuring that people had the possibility of growth and doing proper work out there and legally with proper permits. It was not political. Everyone that I see every day, there's some family member that got one. Some are supporters of one party, some are supporters of another. I never played any party politics, any color attached to anything, or to say it was for some and not for others. It was for everyone who reached out and had the paperwork in place and was due and allowed to have one. They received it, keeping in the space that was available. Then we move on to the next question. So the link is www.stmartengov.org/government/pages/policies.aspx.
Excuse me, Minister. MP Roseberg, you'd like to make an interruption?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Based on the answers provided by the Ministry, Madam Chair, was there a steering committee in place? Because oh yes, now. Thank you. Based on the reaction from the Ministry, I would like to know if there was a steering committee in place, because I would want to understand what's the difference between 2022, where the minister, at that time, I think Minister Otley, made a remark that based on the rumors, there will not be, the memorandum will not be lifted. And also the taxi associations on the island made it clear that there is no need for more taxis, seeing the current state of the island. So it seems a little bit conflicting based on what the ministry is now bringing forward. So if that can be clarified.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, for that interruption. Minister, you can answer the interruption.
Thank you, MP. To answer that, every meeting that we go to, Seatrade, FCCA, the question is asked, how do we get more ships to our port? How do we get more visitors to our island? The answer has always been, do you have supply for demand? I'll break it down very simply. At the harbor, I believe there are under 200 taxis through the association. The port is a government-owned entity. Our tourism product is an initiative of government, of course, to ensure that we have continuity and income and the economy keeps going for the island. I've had meetings with the taxi association, namely the DSTA at the harbor, concerning this also. And they have also reached out to me while the process was ongoing, trying to get persons that were, again, renting to have their own permits. This is a big thing that was a problem on the island. And many were just with issues, moving forward. Continuing with that Minister Otley and what he said back then, and now is that moratorium should be revisited. I don't think we should put a moratorium on everything and keep it there for decades and not revisit it and see if there's any need to have it revisited or anything adjusted. Again, if we put if I try to explain it a little better, let's say we have 2 ships in port and we have 200 taxis. And everyone has a taxi when they go and stand up. They don't have a problem. Those two ships are, let's say, Royal Caribbean ships. We asked Royal Caribbean, hey, we need another ship. It's dead. We need more business. We have 6 berths. Send us a third ship. The third ship comes into port. We have now not 10,000 passengers keeping the crew out. We have 15. All that does is the 200 taxis that were there the day before for the 10,000 people, that kept moving without any delays. The third ship comes in. Each ship now has about, let's say, 30, 40, 50 to 100 passengers that are not being serviced. They go back to the cruise line. They complain. You took us to a destination. The destination didn't meet our expectations. We're not happy. We were here for 8 hours. We got stuck in Sunset. There was no taxi to take us back. These are all factors that we have to look at. Yes, we want to protect everyone. Yes, we want to make sure everyone gets the most out of everything. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that our clients, our visitors are happy, they're satisfied, and that their expectations are met. We cannot continue to grow, look to grow, and we don't come with any solutions to the problem. You know, we don't expand. It is just simply what it is. Coming from that tourism industry also, I had that situation 100 times in the past that, you know, you would have 3 buses to do one ship, and the second ship comes in, you have to have now 1 bus for one ship and 2 buses for another. And you don't have that maximum potential being taken advantage of. So this all resolves that. The link again, I will send that to you for the policy that was changed. Steering committee, there was none, but we did work with the department closely. We had certain people from the department. We had, you know, everyone give their input, and we looked at it the best how we can handle it, and we proceeded. How does TIAT protect the local investors from first and foreign investors? The Business Establishment Ordinance, for example, makes a distinction between Sint Maarten born entrepreneurs and directors and foreign entrepreneurs and directors. Local entrepreneurs and directors have the following advantages over foreign investors. They can establish themselves as a sole proprietor by simply registering at the Chamber of Commerce. No business license is required for local entrepreneurs choosing to operate as a sole proprietor. Locals who choose to incorporate the business as an NV are exempted from requiring a director's license. Foreign investors cannot establish themselves as a sole proprietor. They require a business license, director's license, resident permit, background screening, in general meet more extensive requirements than locals and are not subjected to. In short, the process to establish a business is shorter and quicker for a local investor over a foreign investor. So a lot less red tape. What are the percentages of investors, local versus foreign? Based on the total number of businesses and directors' license processed and issued in 2023, 46.45% are residential directors and 53.55% are non-residential. Of course, these percentages do not take into account the number of local sole proprietorships registered at the Chamber of Commerce who do not require the business license. Unfortunately, we do not have access to that information. Question 5, what are the short and long-term plans for development in Philipsburg? As mentioned in the Central Committee meeting, the topic of Philipsburg revitalization is a topic that we intend to cover in the Economic Summit slated for the second quarter of this year. For this summit, the Ministry will be able to map out the short, medium, and long-term plans to revitalize our capital. Question 6, has the Ministry investigated any social initiatives and have we considered social and performance spaces for tourists to experience from our local artists? The Ministry has typically used the boardwalk as performance spaces for the tourists to showcase the local offerings. Example of this are the Koopavond, the 6-week summer event, which as well as Philipsburg is magical, and the lighting of the Philipsburg events, which take place during the Christmas season. These events, amongst others, give entrepreneurs in the orange economy a platform to present their offerings and talents to the visitors and locals alike. What specific initiatives, programs are budgeted to include social and economic development of the local artists within the tourist industry? From the budget post 8240-43-516-800-24, product development, very small budget allocated to support the local artists such as Zilla Duzon during Fashion Week in New York, ambassador program with DJ BB, Bad Official, DJ of Carol G, who is on tour, and Be the Change Foundation collaboration program for the artistic benches. Moving on to the questions, MP Christophe Emmanuel, I don't see, you had two questions, which is, does the PM have any intentions? Oh no, those are not questions for me. We move on to the questions of MP Ludmila de Weaver concerning the graph. There were some little errors in that. I was confirmed that she did receive that, so that was sent in writing because it's a graph. The marketplace, RCCL paying, or what happened to this? Or is the port, real breakdown of the project? The real breakdown of the project remains the same as in my budget 2023 presentation, which is that half is being covered by the Capex and the other half is being covered by the cruise line. The funds of the cruise line have already been received. They are in the hands of the Port of Sint Maarten, who will, at certain phases of the project, once certain steps are completed, release the funds to the contractor only after it is verified that the work has been done. I move on to the questions. MP Marcelina, I had no questions. MP Marlin, I had no questions. MP Francisco La Cruz, why do we always have to be last and not first for something in the Caribbean? Oh, this was a statement, not a question. So that is not a question. Car rental, also there was no question, so no questions from MP La Cruz. MP Omar Atli, I had no questions. MP Artwell Arian, I had no questions. MP Severia Jacobs, I had no questions. Moving on to the last set of questions from MP Sarah Westcott Williams. What is the thinking or philosophy behind the issuance of business licenses? The Business Establishment Ordinance only allows the minister to deny business licenses or applications in the interest of public order, public peace, or in the minister's opinion. So if there's no real need to say no and it is not something on the moratorium, we do not have any hesitation to issue those business licenses once all requirements are met. Business license fees of 7 million was collected. In 2022, budget 23 shows 8.8 million, 11.6 million forecasted in 2024. 1 second, one second. My screen went. This is a question that was sent to me, but I did give it to Minister of Finance. I believe he did answer that in his presentation a short while ago, his response. Question 3, December 1st, 2023, Marketplace was supposed to be demolished, but it has still not been done. This was due to challenges with the advice. We had some issues and some hiccups with it. We were back and forth. However, all challenges were successfully addressed, and as a result, the project is now ready to proceed as planned. So as mentioned, groundbreaking will be announced any day soon. Then we have, sorry, 1 second, my screen keeps. Question 4, what about the vendors on the Pondville Ring Road? Remember they were to move. These persons are obvious and obviously are still here. We are not assisting for it to look better. So what are we doing about the vendors in that area? This has been a discussion with us and VRAMI also to see how together we can tackle it. Of course, we issue the business licenses, but VRAMI also does issue the permit for the space to be used. So together we can, properly start to tackle that. As mentioned, the Central Committee, the discussions were held with these vendors to relocate them from the Pondville back in 2021. This was a joint initiative, again, between TIAT and VRAMI. However, the project was halted, and no further discussions have been held since. While these vendors and aesthetics may have to be addressed in the future, the discussions on overall beautification of Phillipsburg, there are presently no plans to tackle their relocation due to finding a proper location also for them to be reallocated to. Then we go to, why is my screen? Are the articles as presented still the statutes of the EDC? Is there a business plan? Is it still the case that everything economic will be done by EDC? The articles are, yes, still in place. So far, the articles of incorporation have been in place for over 15 years. The question of the business plan needs to be clarified. Yes, the EDC, as the Economic Development Corporation of Sint Maarten, is designed to handle economic development in the broadest sense of the word. this screen, I don't know why. Then we have question 6. How is the management of the lagoon taking place? How is the lagoon management going? Slack. This personally, I have received responses from the port, but my personal response is the one I would like to give. Slack is the management company overseeing the lagoon. To be honest, the only thing that they're managing is opening and closing of the bridge and the causeway. Daily, I see ferries in and out of the lagoon. I don't see anyone collecting any taxes. I don't see anyone visiting vessels that are moored in the lagoon to give them any type of restrictions, not restrictions. This is why I have proposed in the past to have the supervision of Slack changed, because the port itself also is endeavoring or venturing more and more into yachting and different things. Of course, if they are also in the business of yachting, and Simsimi Lagoon has all the marinas for yachting, and they are in charge of the fees to enter lagoons and to have yachts docked or anything there, it would be a conflict of interest. So from last year, it was agreed that it would be a temporary continuation for them to oversee, and then to get someone to properly ensure that they have charges and you know, enforce these charges, because it's a big loss for the country. As I see it, and I've understood also, I don't have it as facts, but the ferries are charging, as an example, taxes and certain fees. These fees are being kept by the ferries and not being given to who it is due, which is the government of Sint Maarten, through the entity of Slack. So I hope that answers that as clear as possible. I move on to the next question, number 7. What is our mortality rate for the last couple of years? This has been answered, I think, by Minister VSI yesterday. I was not 100% sure. It would be something more for him, but since I, as Minister, have the statistics department under me, I do have some statistics to give you also, which might be helpful. I did not get the years. You said the last couple of years, but I will start from 2020. You want to go more back? 2020? So 2020, we had a population of 40,084 persons registered. We had a total amount of deaths of 233. 2021, we had a total population of 40,617 people. We had a mortality or death rate of 241. In 2022, we had 40,799 as population. We had 258 deaths. In 2023, population went up, deaths went back down, actually lower than 2020. Population was 40,978. The deaths were 231. So it dropped quite significantly in 2023. Based on the figures received from the Civil Registry Department, the population estimates generated based on the census figures, the average mortality rate taken over 2017 to 2019 would be approximately 45.5 to 10,000 people. So 45 people to 10,000 people. Therefore, there is an oversight, an excess mortality of 27.5% in 2020, 30.2% in 2021, 38.7% in 2022, and 23.7% in 2023. And that was the end of the questions. What I will do, I will also send these in writing to the Griffier so that these graphs and charts you can properly peruse on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers to the questions posed to you in round 1. I now open the floor up for clarifications, and first on the list, I see MP Grisha Heilige-Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to the Minister. Good afternoon to everyone here. And thank you, Minister, through you, for the answers to our questions posed in round 1. I have a few clarifications, if you don't mind. It's regarding a few statements or answers that you that you posed this afternoon. And it's regarding the beautification of the Phillipsburg, starting with that. You said it's 35% through you, Madam Chair Lady, the minister said it's 35% complete. What else? Just a high level. I don't, off the top of your head, Minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, if the minister could just give me just a high level of what else is there on the list to complete, and if the beautification of Phillipsburg project, is that tied into the wheelchair and accessibility project? No, not the wheelchair, sorry. The garbage and
Excuse me,
benches.
sorry, MP Halligan Martin. Just to remind those in the Tribune to please keep your conversations limited or quiet.
At a low level.
Thank you. MP Halligan, you may continue.
Thank you, yes. So the minister made mention of a 300,000 guilder budget for, was it for benches and for garbage bins? Is that solely that, and is that also included in the beautification project of Phillipsburg? And what is the budget then for the beautification project of Phillipsburg? So are there two separate projects? If the minister could just clarify that, they're two separate projects. And then regarding the Met Office, the minister stated that the land transfer is still in process. It's a swap. So government will end up owning the land. So no payment there. Correct me if I'm wrong. And how long is this going to take? I mean, how long does the minister foresee this land swap take? In another month, another few weeks, 2 months? You're still in deliberation. I just want to get a little indication as how long this will take. And also, regarding to the Met Office, the NRPB, I remember 3 years ago, the Met Office was supposed to be listed as one of the priorities, key priority projects for NRPB to do. Is it still on the list of NRPB? Is NRPB also co-partnering with the government to build the Met Office? I mean, are they also putting in key money in this? So, okay, I see you said no, but I still wanted to, for the record. So, but you also mentioned, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the minister also mentioned that NRPB also has to, they finished the drawings and they also have to do something to do with the permits or something like that. If the minister could clarify that. What else does NRPB have to do with this? And is it still listed as a priority for NRPB to assist with? Then my last clarification is regarding the infamous marketplace. The minister stated that the groundbreaking will take place any day now. Any day now. So that means letters was already sent to the vendors. That means so that they know when they have to move, yes or no. And also that means the commitment letter was received from Harbor to start the initiative. So that money is in, that key money is already transferred. I am assuming it's 350,000 guilders if the minister could, or $350,000 if the minister could confirm if that money is already on the account, ready to rock and roll, ready to build, because he said any day now, so I need to understand what he means by any day now. Any day now meaning everyone received their letter, everyone knows that this is the day they have to move, because any day now, we're starting with the groundbreaking. That I need you to explain me what, through you, Madam Chair Lady, what any day now means for the marketplace. And with that, I'm happy that the minister was able to clarify again the throughput fee that has been fixed for the last 10 years at the harbor, and that the fluctuation of the fuel clause has been other variables and not that of the harbor. And I think I will leave it for there, Madam Chair Lady. Thanks.
Thank you, MP Halligan Martin. Next, for clarifications, we have MP Sarah Westcott Williams. You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady, and a good afternoon. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I thank the Minister for his responses. Look forward to some of the information that he has indicated will be provided in writing, but I would like him to clarify the following statements. The Minister indicated that, and then he gave the legal requirements that are in favor of the local entrepreneurs versus the foreign entrepreneurs, and of course no sole proprietorship for foreign, et cetera, or persons not born here, that kind of thing. And then the minister indicated that with respect to business licenses, and my question had to do on the basis of what are business licenses given out. And the minister legally, rightfully indicated that it's, they really don't have any other reason than what is in the law right now to refuse or nudge a proposed businessman or woman to go in another direction than the already saturated business areas. And I don't mean the physical areas, I mean the business ventures. The only reason, rightfully, is, you know, depending on it for national interest and those kind of nice things. But how much longer are we going to continue to give business licenses for the same business ventures? Because if we just continue to do that, like I said yesterday, to plug a hole in the budget, and otherwise give them out. We getting more fees, more business license fees, and that's why I refer to the amounts mentioned. If we continue to do that, there is no protection for anyone, let alone the local small businessmen and women. So, given that this government, in connection with the TWO and otherwise, is all about providing policies, what about a policy to that effect? What about a policy to that effect? What sense does it make to give out business licenses to all who, and the more money you have to invest, the quicker you will get your business license, obviously, and everybody then fighting for the same, on our side, 16, including the 21 square miles on the other side. How much more can we? So when we take and we talk about yachting and talk even about the medium level, when we talk about boating and everybody can get a license, everybody can get a license to fish, everybody can get a license to do charters, everybody. And then we say, but we're protecting the locals. We're protecting the local investment, knowing the difficulties that small local entrepreneurs face on St. Maarten. Minister, you know it. Sorry, through you, Madam Chair Lady. We all know it. But we can no longer say, well, the law tells us give business licenses because the only way you can refuse it is if it's really, really, really bad and hitting you in the face what kind of business it is. It can't work like that, Minister. It can't work like that. And yeah, oh yeah, but in the past this was done. Yeah, but in the past the days were different. In the past our economy was different. So you can't take the past policies when it is convenient and say we're going to continue with them and apply them. Oh, I'm still on clarifications, right? Okay, so, Minister, so in that context, I want the ministers to ask the minister if he has any intention, or he had any intention, or his ministry had any intention to look more close at the problem that I just mentioned in connection with business licenses. The minister, thank you very much for your information from your State Department and the civil registry. I'll come back to that, and I want the minister to explain now, clarify now. So my colleague MP Grisha went into it, and I just want to add to that. So in addition to the preparation for the move of the marketplace, all preparations are in place, vendors are in agreement, understand what is happening, is my question, if that can be answered. They agree, they have seen the plans, agree with the plans, ready to go, we know where they're going to go, etc., etc. So can the minister kindly inform me of that? And then with respect to the matter of the moratorium or lifting of moratorium on, amongst other things, taxi licenses, did the ministry, Madam Chair Lady, receive a request from the Integrity Chamber for information regarding same? And has the ministry responded? If they received, has the ministry responded to the Integrity Chamber on that matter? Does the so-called vendors village, because they're two different things, Madam Chair Lady, clearly from the budget, and does the vendors village is that idea to what I referred to in a previous part of this meeting, to regulate what we have on the Pondfield in terms of the food trucks and the little food establishments, etc. So is that where persons at an affordable rent will be able to carry out their business? Affordable rent is what is mentioned in the budget that the vendors village will offer. And do we already know the context of that? Coming back to the lagoon, could I understand, and the slack, Minister, thank you for your honest personal take on the matter. And could we know what the harbor's take was that the minister said he received as well? So if the minister can provide that, and that would be quite helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. MP Heiliger, I see you have one more clarification to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Yes, one more clarification. The minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, mentioned that during a day when the port, and I'm paraphrasing, day that when the port is busy, we have three cruise ships in, that the 200 taxi drivers that are, under 200 taxi drivers that are assigned to the harbor cannot manage the amount of traffic that's coming. But we also have people coming off the cruise ship that goes for a walk into town. They can take ferries, they take tours, they take bus tours, they go on various tours. So is there like a breakdown on a percentage of people that take taxis that you can safely say that, hey, the 100 and something plus taxis that are assigned by the harbor is not enough or not conducive to handle the traffic that's coming in when it's 3 ships and over? Is that what the minister is saying? And is there factual documentation on this that the minister can say that? You're hearing the cries of the cruise ship industry. You're hearing them mention that they're getting complaints. But is this really so? Is it really so that we need to add another 100 taxis at the harbor? Is that what you're saying? Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Heiliger Martin. I look to the minister. Can you answer right away all the clarifications? Okay. All right, Minister, you have the floor.
So my first clarifications were for MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. The Phillipsburg project, 35% complete. This completion that was mentioned is the completion of starting to execute the project. So to find out what all is required, what all areas are needed. 35% of that has been compiled. They have put that together to start on the track of getting this moving. This is not 35% of the actual project that has been completed. It is the preparation is also part of the project. There's other factors that are part of it. The 300,000 guilders, the benches and garbages, that was for benches and garbages combined. Of course, the benches are already complete. There are only garbages now still to be placed. Just a clarification, also the garbages are not any ugly concrete kind of garbages. They are regular, nice, aesthetic-looking garbages, but also with the ashtray on the top, so people don't throw their cigarettes, cigars in the garbage and burn it and make more of a mess than keeping the mess off. The land of the Met Office, yes, it was a swap. It has been stagnant for some time. Me, myself, seeing with the answers that I gave that the Met Office plays a pivotal role in acquiring certain statuses and making sure that the country can run and the airport remains open, have put some fire in certain areas to ensure that we get movement on that. We hope to have that complete process finished before Q2 is over. So that should be soon, hopefully, completed. The groundbreaking, yes, the funds were received from the cruise lines, and it is on the account of the Port of Sint Maarten. It is ready to disperse, but not yet, because, of course, works have to be completed and certain steps have to be finished before monies are released. We're not just paying monies up front and then no project is executed. It is being done in a structured manner to make sure that what is said has to be done, that it is done before any funds are being dispersed. Then there was, at the end, another question that came in, various different tours, taxis, etc., walking. persons going into town in different ways, now renting bicycles, electric bikes. There's a lot of different ways that they do that. And of course, we don't have any specific data to substantiate that taxis are not sufficient. But we're also not speaking just about taxis from the DSTA at the harbor. The island is bigger than just the harbor. We have hotels, we have the JW Marriott that's coming online, we have the airport that's getting more and more busy. We have a lot of different areas, roaming taxis, so that every day I pass in certain areas in Simpson Bay, in town. Yesterday after the meeting I passed on Link 1. You see people standing up. Taxis are required. The additional taxis were not meant for the harbor. They were meant in general for the island to make sure that we can service everywhere that needs to be serviced. Moving on to the questions of MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. Local versus foreign. How much longer can we continue to give up the same ventures, the same businesses? I 110% agree with you, MP, that we are basically just copying and pasting, and sometimes a lot of effort goes into some businesses, maybe as small as they are, to do the studies and the research and what is possible, what will make sense. And then someone comes along with some money in their pocket and they just copy it and put you out of business. I totally understand that. I can comprehend that. I've been through that myself. This is why the moratorium advice, which is a very large one, was broken up into smaller advices to ensure that we could start tackling certain things, and certain things are also to be added to the moratorium. So we don't have that continuation, as you mentioned, of the same businesses and local businesses being basically put out of business because someone comes in with larger pockets and takes over that market. Such as the fishing industry, it's a large industry. We have a lot of people. It used to be mainly operated by the people from Simpson Bay, from Phillipsburg. You don't see much of them anymore because the hard times that they're having to do what they have to do and to compete. Then we had the preparation of the marketplace. Preparations of the marketplace, like I said, the groundbreaking is ready any day and will be announced. However, there are steps to be taken, so we have to advise the marketplace vendors. We have different departments within the ministry that are responsible for such. They are drafting those letters. We are making sure that we have the adequate facilities set up in the new location that will temporarily house them for 2.5 months. Also, I'm not a believer of just putting someone somewhere else and then expecting people that are return customers, as an example, to find them, because some people are not that patient to go and scout and search. So also to have proper signage leading them to that area to ensure that the flow of business continues for them is also very important. So all of that is being looked into and being finalized. When it comes to everyone being informed and not informed, as I mentioned, there are some vendors on the market. Today they are there, tomorrow they are not. There are some today that say yes, there are some tomorrow that say no. Me personally, this is not a political move. This is a move, and I can go a little bit back in history, over 10 years, as I see some marketplace vendors every day. I remind them, I have been one of the only operators back in the day that started doing excursions from the courthouse next door to ensure that people get into Phillipsburg, and then from Phillipsburg they can pass the marketplace, have time to shop before they head on a bus to go to Marigo's marketplace and spend all their money there. So I'm a big advocate of ensuring that the marketplace is successful. Anyone that knows me, knows my history, maybe my old Facebooks, you'll see I had plenty of pictures and mentions of this marketplace. It is a serious, serious concern. Again, it was a little bit of an unrealistic endeavor also, because it was earmarked at $1.something million in the beginning. We have nowhere near the funds to complete that project. Those were with containers, a container being split into 4 sections. Of course, everyone forgets the divider walls have to be put in. You lose inches here, you lose inches there, until you lose 4 or 5 feet off of the whole container. Then you divide it by 4, and you get left with a 5 by 5 foot cubicle, which is prone to rust, corrosion, very hot, and not an image, as we mentioned, that we want as a container village for Sint Maarten. We want to have a better image than that. So along with the cruise line and careful designing, and also picking up old designs that were found on my desk when I entered office, They were altered slightly, and we continued with the program and the project as it is today. It will house all of the vendors, also just a little more insight. It has space, I think, for up to 55 vendors in total.
Excuse me, Minister. MP Heilige Martin, you have an interruption you'd like to make? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Yes, I just realized the minister missed a part of my question regarding the beautification project. That's 35% complete. What was the budget allocation for that? That's all I wanted to know.
Minister, you can answer.
MP, I don't have the exact budget allocation, but I can either come back and say it, or I can send it in writing. I can have that probably within an hour in writing to you. Okay. We move on to the next question, the Integrity Chamber. If I received any questions from them, just to clarify some more, those were questions on public transportation. They were posed by some certain members in the community. Yes, they were responded to on time. It was confirmed and reconfirmed by the Integrity Chamber that they were received, and I have not received any follow-up questions, concerns, or anything else since then. That was my last, oh no, sorry. Then we had the Vendors Village. This has been something I saw when I got into office, but there were no real plans for any vendor village. I believe we're still looking for a proper place to house such. Me, myself, along with the SG and his team, we came up with a nice design for such. We came up with a possible location, which was opposite Blue Point in the big area on the sand on the Ring Road. But we never got any response on the possibility of getting a spot there to execute such a project. But it would be something to house vendors to supply their food and to offer their food services, but also in the front and on the sides, areas to park food trucks so that they can also have extra space, and they wouldn't have to move their whole operation and investment from a food truck to now a rental spot. And then and the harbor's taken slack. If I can send that to you in writing, I will send that to you in writing. If not, I will have to come back and say it on the floor. I can have that ready maybe in about an hour also. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lambrix, for your answers to the questions posed to you in round one. Members of Parliament, we will be adjourning right now for lunch, and that will be until 2:30, at which point we will come back with clarifications from the Minister of ECYS, the Minister of Finance, and other further ministers to answer their remaining questions from round one. So, meeting adjourned until 2:30. Good afternoon, members of Parliament, guests in the Tribune, those joining us online and via different means. And as well, a good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports Affairs, who has returned to answer clarifications that we left off with following the answers provided to questions he received in round 1 of this meeting handling the country's budget 2024. Minister, I will immediately turn the floor over to you for those clarifications. And I would like to, before you take the floor, Minister, just remind those in the Tribune to please keep your conversations low or to a minimum or non-existent at all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to provide the answers to clarifications to the members of Parliament. Madam Chair, I will begin with the questions from the Member of Parliament, Westcott Williams. And there were 2 items that would have to be sent to Parliament. I believe one of them have already been sent. That is the Capex overview and the design of the John Lamini Center, where we are sending the schematics, not all of them, right? And the ones that shows an overview of the space and how it will benefit the dance art, that will be sent. But what we have on the screen is an artist's expression of what it will look like right after the expansion going upstairs. And I think that was one of the questions of one of the members of Parliament. Where would we expand, if we're expanding on the side or, in front? And this is how it would look from the side, from both sides, when the expansion is finished. So the space upstairs will provide a lot of space for the various items which were mentioned in the deliberations. And then the third question is, what about the public schools where it pertains to community school programs? And I would like to inform the Honorable Member of Parliament that the other public schools at this point do not have a community school, but students from the other schools can go to the community school at Orania School. And I have also been informed that also children from other neighborhoods who want to go to the community school can also go there. Question 4, where does an incoming government have to take up the track for payment for coaches? And the answer is the following. It's not in budget 2024. And I think maybe in a way it's a good thing because it's already 3 months in the year, but it is in the budget of 2025, which has been already submitted for the Little League. And I'm very happy that this has been done because I know for many, many, many years, the budget for the Little League was a mere 45, 50-something thousand guilders. And I have seen, and well, not seen yet, but understood that the budget has now been increased and more amenities for the Little League is in that budget, including funding for coaches, to pay coaches, to stay and train the children. The issue is not whether Charlotte Brookson is a good or necessary idea, but what is the basis of the arrangement with government? Has the government decided if this is a good plan and we need a high school of the arts? Don't put things in a budget if we don't have an idea what it entails. And I can agree with the Honorable Member of Parliament because in her first statement in the first round, she did indicate it in her first sentence that it was a good idea. And as I mentioned in my answers, the government will build a facility and make it available to Charlotte Brookson. And between now and then, the arrangements and the negotiations will take place as to how it will be provided to Charlotte Brookson under which conditions. Number 6, Where can I find the projects to fix the interior of the cultural center in the budget? I was referring to specifically, in this case, the bleachers, and the amount requested to repair the bleachers of the cultural center can be found in 434-89-6120-61018 under the caption Creative Industry. There is sufficient funds there to do that project. And then the questions for Member of Parliament Roseberg need clarity of the consultant regarding the school fights, and why is there no collaboration with other ministries, as indicated that there is a collaboration between other ministries. That is what I said before. And the consultant name is Dwinette Eversley, and she is the consultant that has been contracted by UNICEF NL under the trust fund. She has been engaged to help establish a violence prevention program. Collaboration with the other ministries will take place considering the key initiatives to be implemented. And these include getting started with stakeholders mapping, creating a draft strategic communication strategy, implementing a test pilot in select schools, creating a draft strategic communication strategy, and implementing a test pilot, as I mentioned before. Then I go to question number 8. Should the ministry not play a stricter role about school policies? The current focus of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Sports is ensuring that school boards and the schools under their charge, which is DB schools, comply with the established regulations and legislations as it relates to the safeguarding of the quality of education. The policy regarding the attire and grooming standards of students attending schools are the competency of the respective school boards. Parents are made aware of all school rules and sign off on the same prior to enrolling their students in different schools. And question number 9, how is it possible that funding can be provided after the fact for the swimming team? I have checked, and as I stood here and informed Parliament and the Honourable Member of Parliament that the request was in process, and indeed, sometimes it can take more time than we believe it should. Now, in the case of Aquatic Federation, the request was for more than one event in the year, and not just for one time. So this is the first time, but I think there are 2 other times that they still have to go. As such, when it's approved, the funds received would be able to be used for the trips for which it was requested. To provide Parliament with a plan, can I conclude if there is no plan? The roadmap towards implementation of special needs education policy, which was established in February 2024, has not yet been drafted. The ministry is finalizing the hiring of a consultant to support this endeavor. So the following question, question 11, what is the status of the youth policy plan? We like the details of this plan. I would like to inform the Honourable Member of Parliament, Roseberg, that the policy will be forwarded to you if it hasn't already reached, okay? The Integrated Youth Policy Implementation Plan was approved in 2021 and continues to be assessed. The policy will be subjected to periodic and comprehensive evaluations to assess the implementation of objectives and the policy effectiveness. The reviews will differ per phase and level and will consist of annual reviews and consultations leading to the development of annual department plans, comprehensive evaluations resulting in the development of a new strategic plan, evaluations of pilots to recommend the next course of action, and periodic monitoring of short and long-term indicators to ensure that the objectives are met, and to determine remedial actions. Revisions of the entire integrated youth policy framework, including youth mainstreaming strategies, such as the Youth Roundtable Conference, will also take place. Madam Chair, these are the answers provided.
Thank you, Minister Samuel, for your answers towards the clarifications of members of Parliament. I will adjourn for 2 minutes to allow us to switch over to the Minister of Finance, who also has some clarifications to respond to following yours. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Welcome back, members of Parliament, those in the tribune. We will continue on with the clarifications for members of Parliament posed in the first round with the outgoing Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irian. Minister, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I am outgoing, but based on the article that I saw this morning, it looks like I'll be here indefinitely for a while. Question, I'll go right into the questions. This question is by MP Sarah Scott, here, right? MP Sarah Scott Williams. The question was regarding the lottery fees and how realistic it was that we keep mentioning 3 million guilders for the lottery fees and the actual fees. Answer is the lottery fees is based on an invoicing, which is annually about 3 million, so this is the correct amount. However, we know that government has to increase their collection efforts, so we started the process for air parking casino fees. The next step would have been the lottery fees. The next question was regarding the vision of the veneer, the amount of shares to be sold. The government owns 92% of veneer shares. The calculation is based on the majority of shares. As I mentioned before, it's the minimum. So we're looking to basically plug the budget, fill the 30 million guilders. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be the total amount of shares, but whatever shares are sold represents that amount. Regarding the withholding tax on pensioners, oh, sorry, next one. The increase in vacation allowance in the budget. Currently in the budget, we have a 7% taken up, and if the LVO is not passed, we will pay the 6% awaiting the passing of the LVO to have the legal basis for the 1%. Now move on to the questions posed by Christophe Emmanuel, MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP, I have the answer for your question, and I will submit it confidentially to the greffier. Let me know if this is acceptable. And that was it.
Thank you, Minister, and for responding to those clarifications posed in the first round. I'm just adjourn for a minute to allow you to swap out support staff, as you will be providing the answers for the Ministry of RAMI to questions received in the first round. Meeting adjourned for 1 minute. Welcome back, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. We will go right into the answering of the questions received in the first round of this meeting. And those questions will be answered, as mentioned before, by the Minister of Finance standing in for the Minister of Vrami, Mr. Artwell Irian. Minister, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again. On behalf of Vrami, MP Akim Arundel asked a question regarding the traffic problems on the island. Can the minister outline a short, medium, and long-term plan to address this? In regard to the short-term plans, the ministry has placed funds in a capital expenditure to upgrade the existing road infrastructure. In relation to the longer-term plans, SRB will be supporting the ministry with the establishment of a road fund, which will be contributing to the development of the new roads that will provide alternative roads leading to less traffic congestion. A proper public transportation system should also be introduced, which will aid in elevating traffic. This falls under the responsibility of the Ministry of TIAG. Next question will be that of MP Kevin Mingret. Can the minister inform about the incoming range targeted to social housing? Answer: the Housing Foundation primary target group income range is 500 to 2,000 guilders. The secondary group is 2,001 to 3,000 guilders, and the tertiary group is 3,000 guilders and up. Currently, there's no available rent-to-own options. The Housing Foundation is in favor of outright ownership, as lease-to-own programs has no tax benefits. Outright ownership, mortgages, interest is fully tax deductible, while lease-to-rent has no tax benefits for the buyer, who becomes owner after having paid rent over approximately 30 years. Next question: in the allocated budget, 8.6 million, are there plans to construct a new road? There are plans for new road designs, however, these were not budgeted for. The establishment of a road fund will provide the right mechanism to financially support the development of new roads. The current budget allocation focuses on widespread resurfacing and maintenance of existing roads and the concrete hard surfacing of secondary roads. The 8.6 million guilders from the capital expenditure will be used to hard surface secondary dirt roads with concrete. The 8.6 reflects the total budget sum for the program 2023 and 2024. The next question was regarding plans to implement proper drainage system. The ministry will be addressing the drainage issues in connection with the side road and main road paving programs to ensure that the roads have a long lifespan and funds are sustainably used. In connection with the approved Country Sewage Master Plan 2020-2030 and the policy and design standard for drainage, which details the standards to adhere to, areas which have been identified with long-standing drainage issues will be addressed. Recently, a long-standing drainage issue with settling water on the Orange Grove Road was tackled together with the road piers. And another example of an area among others identified is the Beacon Hill Road, slated for 2024. MP Gums, since the knowledge of the DDAM arrest, has there been any new issuance of long lease? In reference to your first question and the DDAM arrest, I believe the Honorable MP is merging two separate situations into one. While the over-the-bank case refers to the DDAM arrest, the case referred to over the bank only as the claimants were alleging claims from former ministers in that area. Additionally, the verdict to which MP Gums refers was a court hearing. Government in the interim filed a Bodemzaak in which government won and the claims of the over-the-bank group were denied. As such, the verdict from the injunction case has now been superseded by the Bodem Rechter. Next question was regarding the Capex, the plan for wastewater solution, and asked if the minister can outline what, if any, measures have been discussed or implemented. The contractor who was assigned the EU-funded project under bidded to secure the project as a newcomer on the market in Sint Maarten, has subsequently pulled out of the project due to their low pricing. With the evaluation of the submitted bids, price ranges are used to evaluate bids that are based on the price offer and the quality of the bid. This methodology has proven to be successful in preventing underbidding of contractors and a repeat of what had happened in Dutch Quarter. Next question was regarding the wastewater and the Capex. In reference to your question on capital expenditure and the wastewater, the funds from the capital expenditure are focused on expansion of the sewage network and house connections in the area with existing sewage lines, as well as upgrading of the sewage plant at 80 Village Road. The reference of KB sewage plant is a separate project not included in these funds. Next question was regarding future developments, whether they are paying their fair share, regarding spatial development strategy, regarding the strain on the infrastructure, and strategy in general. A special purpose vehicle will be required for developers to contribute to the infrastructure development. This was discussed to include this option through the road front development. Next question was regarding the legislative process on the ordinance, and if the incoming minister can know what awaits them. The LV VROMI was sent to the Council of Advice and did receive advice or feedback. The advice was processed and implemented by VROMI and sent to the exit way, together with the NADA report for legal vetting. We are awaiting the advice before it will be sent to COM and the Council of Advice for the second time because of added provisions for waste in connection with the integrated solid waste project. The LV VROMI is an extensive umbrella ordinance which will replace several VROMI ordinances and LB Hammond. MP Roseberg. What has the current government been doing to attract legal minds? The ministry has organized its own job mixers, has taken part in job fairs to attract the needed personnel for critical vacancies. By the way, as a similar answer for finance. Can the minister please clarify which roads are on the list for drainage upgrades and implementation? With the first annual concrete hard surfacing, the road designs took water runoff into consideration, so that side roads cannot connect to our already existing drainage system. In the areas that require attention to upgrade the drainage system, this will be taken up in the project scope. Currently, the ministry is upgrading the drainage system in Colby prior to hard surfacing several roads along the Union Road. MP requested a list of main roads that are in this side road project that are not in the side road project. That's what you wanted. So we gave you the side road project, so from dirt to concrete, and you asked to have basically the main roads as additional. So those roads are Airport Road, Arch Road, Village Road, Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3, Link 1, Phase 1, Sucker Garden Road, Long Wall Road, Walter Nisbet Road, Abbey Scott Road, and the Wancho Boulevard. MP De Weaver had a question regarding the releasing of the new building codes, and that there were 2 versions online, she mentioned. There's only one version, but it contains an annex and several supporting documents. This document will be shared with the members of Parliament. The ministry will ensure that the correct information relating to the building code is online on the government's website. Does the new building code cover what we want our country to look like? It covers the building technical regulations, mainly to improve the structural integrity of the buildings and making them more resilient in the event of extreme weather situations. So MP, no, it doesn't cover, for example, aesthetics law, which we would need to cover what you mentioned regarding, let's say, containers and having similar matching buildings.
MP De Weaver, you have an interruption you'd like to make. You may go ahead. One moment. Technology, what can I say?
Just take one of these.
And Weaver, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. The question was specifically whether or not containers that are now being used on the roads as a establishment, as a dwelling to be in, if that is included in the new building code. Because the minister mentioned that it was about safety aspect, you know, that it's safe to be in there, but this is specifically whether or not this refers to the acceptance of containers, mean those metal containers that have the different company names on it, as a dwelling, as a establishment, as a construction that is legal according to the building code. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, you may address the interruption.
Thank you. So we're going to get a clarification on that because that's not how the answer, the question was taken up. So we will just address it in the clarification, or by time I address all the other answers, hopefully we have that answer for you, MP. Oh, actually, MP, your next question, that was one of your questions, and your next question was actually concerning the containers. So does it include containers? Containers are regulated on a technical level on how they should be installed. That was the answer that they gave. Next question was regarding the joint island cleanup on south and north side. The joint island cleaning with the French mainly related to a campaign of keeping our beautiful island clean and uniformity bins to dispose recycling garbage. The question regarding the finalization of the underground cabling. The underground cabling project is financed through the trust fund under the ERP1 project. This is being implemented with the relevant stakeholders, GB, VROMI, and NRPB. Next question was regarding the integrity training and the bribes in Gallows Bay parking lot. The integrity training was a part of the vision of the Minister of Duran to bring awareness and help in the curbing of potential issues when it comes to the right or wrong way civil servants in the ministry handle any issues. The training was conducted by the Integrity Chamber and not only addressed topics such as bribes, but also how to approach work issues with co-workers and dealing with the public and the individual role as a civil servant. If there are situations where one believes that a civil servant in a ministry acted outside of expected norm, then I encourage the good MP, or anyone else for that matter, to make a report of any alleged wrongdoing. I would recommend that it is formally reported so that the people can be held accountable. Next question, did they give water rights for the underwater museum that people cannot swim to? And were they being charged $10 for this? A long-term rental agreement was issued to the entity for the establishment of an underwater museum operation. The underwater museum is operating similarly to a marine park activity. Construction of the containers in Muller Bay. MP asks, how is that the containers can be put near the water to be used, which will become rusty over time? In certain situations, upon assessment of the ministry, objects and structures near the water and beaches can be removed if deemed unsightly. Next question was regarding septic sewage. In reference to your question on the VROMI issuance of fines, the issuance of the fine book is being revisited by the ministry in conjunction with the Ministry of Justice so that fines can be imposed effectively. And I think that as Minister of Finance, I think that should go across for all ministries.
But we were to be clear, we're going into
I know.
clarification. Okay. So you want to make an interruption still? All right, MP Dweever, go ahead.
It's at the end. Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was about the last time that they issued, because the answer was about when was the last time. The answers initially given said we will continue issuing fines to enforce. So the question was, when was the last time that you got a fine? And that's the reason for the interruption, because I could do it here or in clarification, same time spent. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Understood. And Peter Weaver, Minister?
Yeah, so the last time, again, that's not how it was taken up. So the last time a fine was given, I guess we could find that out. The next question was regarding, yes, the next question actually is from MP La Cruz. Are there any plans for a sidewalk in Sint Maarten area? Draft plans have been prepared for the implementation of sidewalks and parking along the side, the Welfare Road from Tropicana Casino up until the airport fence. But due to a lack of funds and domain land space alongside the road, project is still on hold. Next question, is there any plan to control the release of septic water from businesses in the Sint Maarten area? The solution is implementing sewage lines in Sint Maarten to connect the homes to a sewer line, whereas the overflowing septic tanks can be disconnected. Extensive planning is required to take into consideration the low saturated ground in the area, along with the need for a sewage treatment plant to handle the wastewater. And now move on to the final questions posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams. MP asked a question regarding to both the Ministry of Rummy and TIAT regarding the marketplace. This was an initiative led by the Ministry of TIAT. Discussions were held with the Ministry of TIAT regarding these vendors to relocate them from the pond field. However, the project was halted and no further discussions have been held since. MP asked a question regarding the hindrance permit. In reference to a question on the hindrance permits, the Ministry is aware of the backlog of the hindrance permits issuance. As of recently, to tackle the issue, the department has focused on creating a work group that will focus solely on hindrance permits. In addition to that answer provided by the Ministry of Rummy, from the perspective of the Ministry of Finance and dealing with certain legal aspects of it, we've also questioned and asked for better cooperation between the Ministry of TIAT and the Ministry of Rummy when it comes to hindrance permits. Because on one end, you have a business license going out for a business that probably requires a hindrance permit, and they operate before they get a hindrance permit. So I think we have to look at what point in time do we issue the license? Is it to get away the hindrance permit or before? MP asks, who's controlling the project at Belia? Why is all that stuff being dumped there? The inspection department will monitor the project to ensure that work is carried out in accordance with the building permit. The materials that are currently on the property will be reallocated to another site. In reference to, next question by MP, in reference to the building on the Union Road, former Caribbean Auto, she said that this construction has taken up what can be considered a sidewalk. Are they going to put back the sidewalk? Are people going to be able to walk there? MP, the construction referred to along the Union Road is being done within their property boundary lines. A sidewalk is currently under the early stages of development. Next question by the MP regarding the SLA and the Nature Foundation. The Nature Foundation is a trusted partner and is consulted regularly by the Ministry of Rummy. Next question was regarding Book 5, Article 26, Paragraph 2 of the Civil Code of Sint Maarten. MP asks, how are we executing that? The beaches of Sint Maarten are actively managed by the government, whether it is by means of licenses issued by the Ministry of TIAT or Rummy, allowing activity on the public beaches. When it pertains to the sale of public beaches, this is when a national decree is needed, granting permission from the country to a third party. There's no record of any beach in Sint Maarten being sold to a third party.
MP Westcott Williams, you have an interruption, and I will allow you to go ahead with that interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, the reference to the Civil Code, Book 5, Article 26, Paragraph 2, does not only speak of the sale of beaches, it speaks about giving in use, putting structures, and a reference to a national ordinance. For about, I would say maybe the 6th, 7th time, I am asking the ministry to respond to me. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Minister, you may address the interruption and continue.
Yes, MP Sarah Westcott Williams. What I'll do is I'll caucus with you after this answer. So before clarifications, and maybe drill down to exactly what is missing, or the link that we are missing, so that I could make sure that there won't be a seventh time you asking the question. We do that after. Last question by MP was there a court injunction filed by or on behalf of some resort against the government? Please provide a court decision. Did the government react? What was the November verdict? We are not aware of any such request or judgment of the court. The only request made to the government by some resorts was to acknowledge its ownership of the land up until the beach. The government has not acknowledged the ownership by some resorts due to the lack of national decree declaring the sale of Mullet Bay Beach being on any record. Madam Chair, that will be all the questions. I look forward to the clarifications.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers to the questions posed in round one. I'm now moving over to the clarification stage, and I see first on the list MP Ludmilla de Wever. MP de Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you for the answers, Minister. I was going to use up all of my interruptions, and then I said, you know what, let me save it again for clarification, but I wanted to address the Minister earlier on. Minister, I had to go back actually when you were talking to review the answer you gave on what I asked about the underwater museum. And to quote you, you said a long-term rental agreement was provided. So what I want to get out of the question I asked was what kind of contract was given to the people who are doing this underwater museum, so that I could really understand whether or not they are allowed to prohibit humans from swimming in the area. So what's happening now is people are swimming, and when they're swimming in the area, they're being told to turn around or they have to pay $10. And then specifically, I wanted to know if it was VROMI that gave the long-term rental agreement for water rights, because there's no land associated with this. This is underwater by DV. So if it was VROMI that gave the water rights, or if it's something maybe that TEAT gave, that's what I just want to understand, because that's why I said if VROMI is looking at new ways of getting revenue, then we can start using pockets of water around the island as ways to have revenue, because the way I understand it is, how can we give underwater rights to someone for exclusivity if they're telling people they can't swim in our waters? I hope that has clarified it, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you so much again for your answers.
Thank you, MP de Wever. We now move on to MP Westcott Williams for your clarifications. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I would ask via you that the Minister give me a proper answer regarding the Bel Air beach situation and the material that is already there. Did I hear him to say, and this is what I mean with a proper answer, did I hear him to say the material that is there is going to be removed and put in another location? So it was just being stored there, just like that, so anyone can go and store approximately, 20 truckloads, 25 truckloads of material on, is it their property? Or they just decide we're going to put it there for now? So let me understand. And then the inspection is going to check to see that it is removed. So when is it supposed to be removed? That's my question. And with a lack of human resources in the inspection department, who is going to inspect this exactly? Madam Chair Lady, through you, so am I to understand that actually the property on the Union Road in Colby bordered with the road. So where their wall go up, or their fence, or their whatever they will put up, that stops where the cars pass. That's the way that is. But still, sidewalk is being constructed. Madam Chair Lady, if I understood the minister wrong, if you could just go over it for me again, please. And so are we at their mercy with the sidewalk? You know, so they're going to put it down on their property because where they got the thing closed off now, the property closed off, it's their property? I really, honestly, truly don't understand. Madam Chair Lady, can the minister also explain, were there plans for the welfare road improvements? Were there plans and it was not a priority and we therefore didn't have any capital budget for it? But we have capital budget and we still have some room in the capital budget, right or wrong? So one, were there plans for the welfare road improvements? Were the plans there like ready to go? And why is it not considered a priority? Because we got capital room, so to speak. And then, Madam Chair Lady, I thank the minister for his offer to caucus with me on the matter of the Civil Code, Book 5, Article 26, Paragraph 2. And that paragraph there that speaks about anything happening on the beach to be given special, bijzondere toestemming by national ordinance. And that was my question. That has been it, but I'm sure I'll get the information from the minister and I wouldn't have to ask it another time. The minister say, I'll get it. So then in clarification rounds, I want to know the minister, I know you tried hard to get me, and you sent it, the court's decision in, I think, January regarding some petition filed by Sun Resort against the government of St. Maarten. But what you sent me, Minister, is a follow-up to a decision taken by the court in November of 2023. How do I interpret, Madam Chair Lady, a follow-up without knowing what the follow-up was on? So a simple question, Minister, since you provided me the decision of, I think it was January, given the government of St. Maarten, no, February, given the government of St. Maarten 4 weeks to comply with the decision of November 2023, which, by the way, the 4 weeks, according to me, are up now, just about now, not too long ago, and I don't know a decision on what. So could the minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, provide me with that decision of the court regarding a petition of November 2023? That's what I would like to have the complete answer to my question. Madam Chair Lady, my clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. MP De Wever, I see you have one more clarification to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to do it again because the more I ask, the more information I end up getting again. So going back again to the long-term rental agreement, I'm going to add on a little extra just to make sure that when I receive the clarification answer, that I have covered as much of my bases as possible. So if I go in Article 26, Section 2 of the long list ordinance says that if a rental is given for more than 5 years, it has to happen by national decree, meaning to the governor. So when I said that I was quoting the minister's reply saying long-term rental agreement, I really want to get the really nitty-gritty part of it, of how it was done. I am concerned about the fact that a patch of water has been given in an agreement, and if I'm swimming in the ocean, somebody's going to turn me back. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. That is all clarifications that I have Right now, Minister, can you go right into answering the clarifications? You need some time. Okay. Then I'll adjourn 10 minutes. How much time would you need, Minister? We're gonna do 10 minutes. Let's see. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. Welcome back, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen in the tribune joining us online. We are back with the continuation then of this public meeting, handling the country budget 2024. Before I hand the floor over to the Honorable Minister of Justice, Ms. Anna Richardson, who will be answering questions posed to her in the first round, I just wanted to take this opportunity to update the members of parliament on the count of interruptions so that you're aware of how many you have left for the duration of this agenda point. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams has 1 interruption left. MP Christophe Emmanuel has 2 interruptions left. MP Grisha Heiliger Martin, 1 interruption left. MP Cloyd Marlin, 1 interruption left. MP Luc Mercelina, 2 interruptions left. MP Shamir Roseberg, 2 interruptions left. And MP Ludmilla de Wever, 1 interruption left. With that, I now hand the floor over to the Minister of Justice, Anna Richardson, to answer the questions posed to her. Minister, you have the floor.
Yes. Pleasant good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and to all the members that are here, members of Parliament, those who are listening or viewing online. Good afternoon to everyone who's joining us in the Tribune. And I would also like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a blessed Holy Thursday. And if I don't get to say it later on, Happy Easter. So moving right into questions from you, Madam Chair Lady, MP Gums. Consistently, it seems as though the ministry is increasing cuts to courses and training budgets while simultaneously allocating more funds to, for example, the Staff Bureau. What is the motivation behind this? Because one might argue that investing in continuous training is critical for employees. The increase in budget post 43480 under 5021 Staff Bureau to 1.5 million guilders is related to the ministry-wide objective to address the training needs of various departments to be managed centrally under the HR Justice Division of the Justice Ministry. The training plan ministry-wide is currently being developed by the HR department in conjunction with a signed MOU with the ORV Institute in Curaçao. More details pertaining to this pipeline initiative will be shared in the very near future. The central management of this budget allocation is deemed to be the most efficient manner to manage the execution of training under the central HR justice and aligned with the plans of the departments. Further, the decreases that the MP may have observed, or you, MP, may have observed in the past year in the budget post of 43480 courses and training in various departments were directly linked to the then cost-cutting measures needed during those budget years. However, the ministry remains steadfast in ensuring the needed job-specific trainings and overall capacity building as a top priority in the development of our employees. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I'm moving on to questions from MP Mingret. Turning Point has disclosed a funding of $1,055,000 US. Would it be possible to provide a detailed report on the allocation and expenditure of these funds? We consulted a little bit with Turning Point just to get some clarifications on this. Turning Point never disclosed this amount of money. That is not their requested subsidy. This was simply an indication of the cost in the event to expand. Does Turning Point cater to both men and women? Furthermore, are there plans for expansion focusing specifically on services for women and young girls? While Turning Point envisions providing services for both males and females, unfortunately, the current facility lacks the capacity to offer this essential service. Turning Point is eager to broaden its scope to include support for young men, crisis intervention, and aftercare, but these endeavors are constrained by the limitations of the existing infrastructure. Establishing such services require meticulous planning and development. Consequently, efforts will persist in formulating a comprehensive strategy for the establishment of a new campus. It's crucial to acknowledge that this endeavor may entail identifying multiple locations and establishing several campuses. Regulatory guidelines mandate the segregation of treatment plans by gender and age, as indicated by the inspectorate. Therefore, while this undertaking may be costly, it is undeniably necessary for the community of Sint Maarten. Move on to your next question. Is Turning Point the sole organization offering assistance for substance abuse? If not, do other such organizations also receive government subsidy? And could an alternative strategy be expanding existing services instead of Turning Point? The Mental Health Foundation also offers support in these situations. As a matter of fact, Turning Point frequently collaborates with the Mental Health Foundation. Additionally, there is another facility, and that name is Key to Freedom, focused on assisting primarily men in our community who are battling substance abuse. It's common knowledge that the Mental Health Foundation is currently engaged in an expansion project, while Turning Point is actively progressing with its own plans for expansion. There are hopes that Turning Point is to evolve into a more extensive and comprehensive operation within the next 2 years, pending the identification of suitable property locations and securing funding. Can the minister indicate what percentage of the 26 million slated for administrative costs for UNOPS? The 26 million mentioned by the MP in his question refers to two distinct amounts. 43.2 million, which was allocated in the Capex discussed in Central Committee last week for the construction of a new prison, and the 3.9 million budget designated for phase 1 of the new prison project, which, as previously conveyed in Parliament, is entirely funded by the Netherlands. Any current administrative costs incurred by UNOPS are covered by this funding for phase 1 at 3.9 million United States dollars and is fully paid by the Netherlands. UNOPS periodically provides the internal project board and external project board with financial updates regarding its expenditure, which is fully covered by the budget of phase 1 of the project, totaling 3.9 million United States dollars as previously stated. These costs are categorized into personnel costs, operational costs, project support costs, and administrative fees. At present, approximately 29% of this budget has been utilized. I move on through you, Madam Chair Lady, to questions from MP Emmanuel. Can you give an explanation all that it takes to grant a permit, all the consideration and advising bodies? Judicial Affairs first receives the request that ensures its completeness, verifying details such as the type of event, location, approval from location owner if necessary, anticipated attendance numbers, whether a fee will be charged, and the provision of a safety plan. Judicial Affairs additionally verifies our internal event permit database to ensure that the proposed event does not conflict with any other scheduled activities in terms of both location and time. For instance, this entails avoiding situations such as 2 parades occurring on the same road on the same day. In cases where the application is incomplete, Judicial Affairs promptly contacts the applicant for necessary clarification. Upon confirming the completeness of the application, Judicial Affairs forwards it to the pertinent stakeholders, including VROMI, KPSM, the Fire Brigade, the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard. VROMI is responsible for granting approval for the events taking place on public roads, while the other stakeholders are mostly concerned with safety aspects. The stakeholders involved may vary depending on the nature of the event, but all approvals are necessary to proceed further with the process. Following the receipt of feedback from these stakeholders, and if requests were approved by all, Judicial Affairs proceeds to draft the necessary permit, incorporating the recommendations provided and determining the applicable fee to be paid by the requester. Subsequently, the drafted permit is submitted for signature to the Minister of Justice. Upon obtaining the Minister's signature, the permit is forwarded to KPSM for invoicing to the requester. The requester is then required to proceed to the receiver's office to settle the fee before retrieving the approved permit from Capex. A note that we are currently trying to simplify and fasten this process by implementing an online event permit application platform. A proposal has been submitted to the IT department of the ministry in that regard. I just want to tap into a little bit of what through you, Madam Chair Lady, MP Emmanuel asked specifically about a permit for a demonstration by a particular group who wanted to have a demonstration. And I think it's important that I delve a little bit into how that went. Indeed, there was a group that wanted to do a demonstration, and the first request that came in requested to begin at Walter Plants. They would come down Front Street, they would go in front of the courthouse with placards, and they will proceed to have their statements done there. That changed. They wanted to come up Pond Hill and march in front of the government building with placards and so forth. At the time, there was a positive advice that came from KPSM to the minister. However, there were other investigative bodies who provided video footage of flag burning as part of these demonstrations. We are a nation, an island that has over 120 different nationalities that call Sint Maarten their home. And it is the responsibility of the minister in the end to make sure that absolutely no one is hurt or even offended by actions of any group on the island. By extension to that, through the office of the Prime Minister, a letter was received by another group asking to please not allow for such a demonstration to take place. And when we look at the way and the manner from a global front, how these types of demonstrations happen, it brought me concern. We live in a very peaceful community for the most part. We welcome everyone here, and we try to make everybody feel comfortable. A second request did come in, MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, and that request was not per se denied. It was actually granted. But prior to even sending that one out, as Minister of Justice, I extended an invitation for the initiators to come and meet with me so I could understand the reasoning for wanting to charge the streets of Sint Maarten in particular. The reason for wanting to be in front of our courthouse, the reason for wanting to be in front of the government building, because sentimentally it's sending a certain message. I know for a fact here in Sint Maarten, like I said, we welcome everyone. So do we want to give the premise as though Sint Maarten is supporting anything? We're not supporting any wars at all. As a matter of fact, we want it to stop. We want the peace. I asked in the meeting, would it be possible for a central location to be identified where the general public could be invited and educated about the platform? This way, we wouldn't have adverse responses from individuals who this might be a culture shock for. So, sorry about that. The conversation in itself was one that I can tell you, I felt some hostility in the discussion, which in itself for me was kind of alarming, So the update on that, and the status of it is that a second response was given to the second request that came in, and that response was positive. So you can have the permit, but we would like to discuss with you how it will be executed in the interest of all here on Sint Maarten. Just felt like I needed to give some indication that the minister didn't just deny it. The minister denied it, asked for a meeting, had that consultation. The second request was honored, but we, as it states, have to make some recommendations on how it's executed. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for giving me the opportunity to expound on that. Moving on to your next question, or the next question from MP Emmanuel. Why was the documents confidential? As I do have an issue with the documents being confidential. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I would like some understanding as to who would have to see these documents beyond the members of Parliament. Who requires the requested information? The details shared with all members of Parliament were intended to ensure transparency. However, it is not our intention to disclose itemized or what we, as the Ministry of Justice responsible for the crime fund, classify as confidential details regarding the transactions, as they are considered sensitive information and should be treated as such. So if I can just understand why MPs find it offensive if such information that it is being provided and is for the purpose of the MPs, there is a reservations about the ministry feeling that it should be classified information. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to move on to questions from MP Roseberg. I've been hearing nonstop that there is a lack of legal expertise. What is the current government been doing to tackle this, to attract legals to government? Government-wide initiatives are taken to strengthen the legal and legislative capacity within our organization and to attract legal minds. The strengthening of the legal and legislative capacity is also part of the country package, Measure B4. The collaboration on kingdom level is important in this regard, sharing of expertise, knowledge, and working jointly on legislation. With these objectives, last week, the first legislative conference of the Kingdom countries organized by BZK was held in Curacao. This was a successful event. Another aspect that is relevant to providing training courses and opportunities for legal personnel to further develop themselves. Actually, a staff member of the Department of Judicial Affairs is currently participating in a course of the Caribbean Center of Legislation to become a certified legislative lawyer. It is the intention that additional legal staff members also take such a course. During the establishment of the new function book for the Ministry of Justice, all function scales and therefore also the function scales of legal positions within the ministry were evaluated. Moreover, in the new function book, additional formation places have been included for legal functions, such as the section objection and appeal under the Department of Judicial Affairs. The Department of Judicial Affairs has further established work relationships with entities in the Netherlands to provide internship opportunities at the Ministry of Justice for HBO rights students and trainees of the Legislative Academy in the Netherlands.
Excuse me one moment, Minister. It appears that the slides are stuck. It's not moving as it should. So I'll adjourn for 2 minutes while we investigate what the issue could be. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes.